world, birds fly south for the winter, bears hibernate, and squirrels brave the cold with their fluffy tails. But what do the Pokemon do when the sharp gales of winter strike? Many of them follow the warm winds south, such as Braviary, who works to follow their prey as they migrate, or Swanna, nesting in new homes to have ducklets in safer environments. The fish of the world, such as Basculegion and Goldeen, fight their way up rapid streams, while Corsola surprisingly migrate to warmer waters. Even legendary and mythical Pokemon globetrot in search for food, shelter, and better weather, such as the super ancient trio, holding a second home within Johto, or Shaman, acting in a behavior called flower carrying that helps spread seeds throughout the world. But what of the many other Pokemon out there? How many of them migrate? When do they pack their bags to leave? And what do they do when they reach their home away from home? After braving the seasons of the past year, through blazing sunshine and blustering cold, I can now show you the hidden world of Pokemon migration. Howdy there, I'm Krillic, and today we'll move alongside the many Pokemon that migrate throughout the world of Pokemon. And as we find out why they migrate in the first place, we'll dig into their inspirations, the real animals that they're based on. Now, I do have this video sectioned off kind of by birds, insects, fish, so on and so forth, and at the end, we'll reach the legendary and mythical Pokemon, but you're not going to want to miss all the other Pokemon leading up to them. The primary focus is making sure that the Pokemon themselves actually migrate and supporting it with real-life evidence. We can't just assume that a Pokemon migrates because of its potential inspiration does. After all, we do have Pokemon that go against the rules all the time, like Hippowdon, who actively eats other Pokemon, while real-life hippos have a common diet of aquatic plants and typically do not eat meat. So let's begin with all the high flyers, our aviators soaring through the clouds, our bird Pokemon. Farfetch'd is only hinted to migrate within the anime, though it should be no surprise that we see this leek-carrying duck as a migrating creature. It's really just our typical depiction of a wild duck, as it literally is just the wild duck Pokemon. Now, you've likely known since you were incredibly little that many birds fly south for the winter from their cold environments. We see birds such as geese and robins fly away only to be seen many months later. The robin returning is typically seen as the first sign of spring's arrival. But they aren't just leaving because it's cold, they leave because they're in need of food. In the case of any duck, or almost any duck, it's no different, though migration would then be dependent on more than the location and species. They're in need of food and water, and once that stops being available, they will leave. And typically, you won't have to worry about trying to feed them from a bird feeder over winter, because it only serves to help whatever birds stick around. They can use the help, especially in our concrete jungle. Assuming you're in a concrete jungle and not in the country in which that whole story just kind of doesn't work. Now, we know that Farfetch'd has a diet consisting of only the leek that we see it with. If it runs out, it just finds another one to use as a sword and a meal. But when we look at leeks in the real world, we find that they're a cool season crop. So they're apparently very well suited for cultivation in places like Wisconsin within the United States. They also do best in full sun and in light, well-drained soil. And when we look at the island in which they are flocking away from, the whole episode started with the idea that this island grows an incredible amount of different fruit, trees, and otherwise edible goods. This would then mean that if Farfetch'd aren't finding their fill of leeks, they will likely not hesitate to fly to another island, gather up the best leeks they can find, and then eventually fly back. That's also assuming we go by Pokemon logic and the leek doesn't go bad within 2 weeks like they would in real life. Otherwise, that's a lot of energy being used to migrate back and forth. In Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire, there's an episode that primarily focuses on a Swablu that was struck by lightning while in a tree that it was unable to escape and has to overcome its fear of flying. But the character of the week, Mr. Morita, makes a point that Swablu and Altaria migrate to the nature preserve every single year. When we look at these Pokemon, Swablu does have a number of different traits, but is specifically called Tilta in Japanese, which is literally just bluebird. So not only could this just be your typical bluebird, but with other traits that it has, it is suspected that it may have inspiration from many other birds. Comparisons have been drawn to Oriental magpies for their singing abilities, or the Canada jay for their behavior of sitting on people's heads. Though, I took some time to dig through over 100 different birds that have been spotted within Kyushu, which is the location in which Hoenn is inspired by, and there were some birds we could add to that list of inspirations. For example, the Eurasian jay, as I looked for blunt-beaked birds, the long-tailed shrike, which has the same blunt beak but longer tail that Altaria has, and even the long-tailed tit could fit in here. And okay, maybe I included that last one, not just because it's fluffy, but because I also got to say tit in a video in the scientific sense. I wanted to include the Shima Inaga, or Snow Fairy as it's lovingly called, but it wasn't really native to Kyushu, so I don't think that it would be right to fit it in there. Also, I'm pretty sure that's the same bird that is used in the meme. The point here is that at least with Swablu, it has a number of qualities and characteristics that we will find with so many real-life animals that it makes it difficult to see where the ties fully lie or where behaviors connect. So instead, we just focus on what Swablu and Altaria does in different versions. We not only get to know about it migrating within the anime, but we also get to see it within Pokemon Snap, where it is in a natural hot spring set within the area of a volcano, kind of like a caldera, really. Now, these Pokemon like staying clean and love baths even more. Unfortunately, the water will make their fluffy, cottony feathers sopping wet and unable to function, making it look like a rubber chicken with chewing gum strapped to it. Though, at least within this hot spring, it seems like the heat helps ensure that the feathers retain their volume, while also ensuring that they do get clean. And considering the type of birds that this Pokemon is based on, then this location within Snap is no more than a pit stop for our bird on their greater migration journey. Because when we look at locations where it is found, like within Route 114 and 115 within Hoenn, or the Abundant Shrine and the routes just outside it in Unova, we find that they make their homes in forested or high altitude areas with water nearby. This means they get plenty of seeds to eat and clean water to bathe in. With this then, it would be easy to conclude that anytime the cold season comes in, these Pokemon migrate not only for their food, but also to ensure they can bathe easily, explaining their migration patterns. Only found within the Lentil Photodex do we find out that Swanna will migrate all the way over to the Lentil region in order to escape the winter as any of our other birds would. Though the reason for them migrating here is more than just for food, it's so that way they can have babies. It is actually noted that every single ducklet that is found within Lentil is actually born and raised there. And this is likely because the area in which we find them is incredibly safe and full of food such as peat moss and bog moss for them to die for, as this is their favorite food to snack on, or eat, not just a snack, I guess. This is once again a common occurrence in the real world, as an animal's population is primarily limited by resources and safety. The more food, water, and space there is, the higher the population of animals within a species there can be. Eventually, they will reach something that is called the carrying limit, for the term that at least I was taught, which is simply the upper limit in which the population can be supported by the environment in which they have decided to live in. And if food resources start to lower, then it will either push the animals to leave, or they will begin dying off, simply because their home is unable to support them. And this will then in turn affect the population of other creatures that might hunt them. In the case of Ducklett and Swanna, there really aren't any Pokemon that actively hunt them as a main source of food, but by them landing in water and their own diets, we would then see a decrease not only in moss, but also a decrease in aquatic life if we assume that the Swanna have the same diet as real swans. What's funny is that in Unova, you only encounter these Pokemon as shadows flying over Drift Vale and Marvelous Bridge, which could then mean that Unova is a pit stop for them on their migration journey, all while they have a proper presence within Kalos on Route 7 and within Kitakami. I'll also note before we move on that this doesn't mean that they exclusively travel from Kalos or Kitakami through Unova and to Lentil, but it is at least a possibility that we should consider, especially if we finally get to see them in another region, hopefully with a stronger population. An interesting one to consider is actually Unfezant. You wouldn't expect this Pokemon to migrate, but we actually do see its numbers drop when the cold winter arrives within Unova. In addition, we can look at Pokemon Snap once more to find out more about its habits. When we look at Snap, we find Unfezants within all seasonal sections of the forest, though when we look at the summer section, we find a female sitting on a nest of eggs, getting angry if we bother it. When we look at real-life pheasants, they have an incubation period of roughly April 1st to August 1st, essentially from late spring through summer, matching up perfectly with our pheasant Pokemon here and why it has eggs in the summertime. It's also very cute that the Photodex states male and female Unfezants work together to raise their young. One goes out in search of food, while the other stays back at the nest to protect their eggs. As a side, I will say that they may not be migrating and they simply could be hiding away when winter does roll around. But let's also take a tangent regarding cooperation and the raising of young within a species, because you might even be surprised to find out that there are hundreds, if not thousands, of bird species, amongst many other animals in the world, that will not only help raise their young, but even forego mating in order to assist with raising the young of others within their species. Yes, that does mean we have non-biological families of animals working together to help raise their next generation. And it is not just a human trait. This is because if we instill all of existence, or rather distill all of existence, down to its most basic necessities, we get live, mate, raise children, die. That is effectively the only purpose that all living beings have until you start getting into the idea of human consciousness and the existential idea of what is my greater purpose in life? Oh my goodness, maybe I shouldn't eat a bag of cheese at 3 a.m. and then squirt ketchup into my mouth. I don't know. All because thanks to past generations of humanity making life easier for us to have food, water, and shelter, we then begin to have time to think more rather than just surviving, resulting in this soul searching. Meanwhile, any other animal is just mostly happy with existing. Oh, to be a lizard on a rock, basking in the sunlight as I forget about taxes and bills. Wouldn't it be beautiful? So long story short, male and female Unfezants working together to raise their young or even to help raise other young isn't that shocking. Quaxly directly states that it migrated to Paldea long ago, though we get no additional direct information regarding this. When we look at its final evolution, Quaquaval's information, we also are told that it dances in ways that evokes faraway places, meaning that its dancing is from a different region. There are actually a number of Pokemon that do dance, whether it be the tap dancing we get in Mr. Rhyme, the 4 styles of dancing we get from Oricorio using Senzu for traditional Japanese dancing, Baile for Spanish dancing fit with even the red frills of the dress, Pom Pom for your bright and cheery cheerleader, or Urapao, otherwise known as drum dancing, though we still have Quaquaval here not matching up with any of them or other Pokemon. Instead, the type of dancing that it practices is a very special type of dancing that was used and practiced right in front of slave owners, so that way Brazilian slaves, amongst other types of slaves, could fight back and escape their oppressors. This style of dancing is known as capoeira. Now, Paldea is effectively the Iberian Peninsula, as it has a mixture of different values, cultures, and traditions that are primarily within Spain and Portugal, though it also borrows from other cultures such as Mexican for the Fuecoco line, and then of course Brazil with the Quaquaval. What's more interesting then is that while slaves have not been a thing in Pokemon thus far, we've had themes of quote-unquote slavery and oppression within Pokemon within the main story of Unova, mainly because of the concept of freeing Pokemon from their Pokeballs, as said technology might be seen as a way to force unfair containment on Pokemon. And then we can dig from here with Quaquaval into knowing that the fighting typing is effectively the hero typing within Pokemon. Honorable individuals that fight for justice or at least use their martial prowess in positive ways. This is important to keep in mind because Quaquaval is a water fighting type, yet we aren't told about it having martial prowess. Almost as if, just like how capoeira was designed to be, this dancing that Quaquaval does is hidden from us as a fighting style. And again, I doubt that there will ever be a slavery story within Pokemon, but I do believe that we might find out where Quaquaval, or rather Quaxly, originally comes from, and it's there that we'll find a Pokemon that is a dark type, an evil or underhanded typing that Quaxly's line had to deal with until they could evolve to fight against what may be their would-be natural predator in their homeland. What could that Pokemon be? That's really hard to say, honestly, since there are a number of animals that hunt ducks for a meal, whether it be foxes, bears, coyotes, or even raccoons who might go after ducklings or duck eggs, meaning there are plenty of different inspirations to choose from. And I personally hope that they do choose a raccoon. I would love to have a little trash panda on my team one day. It would be on my team the second I see it until the end of the game. Our last migrating bird is Braviary, which we would not have known if we hadn't seen that it used to live within Hisui, which would eventually be renamed to Sinnoh. Yet not even within the remakes of the region do we find Rufflet or Braviary. So why is that? There are two possibilities. One is because of humanity, the other is because of the change in the climate. Because while Hisui is described as wintry and harsh, or wintry and austere, through what we find in the old verses, and even just by traveling through the lands do we see just how cold it is, but also because Pokemon like Growlithe have thicker coats of fur, and Polion can be found on the beach, and then we have the massive block of ice that we find in the Alabaster Highlands, which is just one massive winter wonderland to begin with. But despite all of this, we really don't see all that much snow in any place except in the Highlands. But when we jump to modern day Sinnoh, we see that there's snow in Twinleaf Town, which is in the southern part of the region, and while we don't have an exact spot for this location, just speculation, we can at least say that it has gotten colder over time just by looking at the southern parts of Hisui, which don't have any snow in it. Then again though, this might just mean that the weather patterns have changed, climate has generally shifted, or a number of other factors that we're unable to know for sure, unless we look at real life Hokkaido. With Hokkaido, it is nice and simple. It has only gotten warmer by an average of 1.28 Celsius or 2.3 Fahrenheit every 100 years from 1898 to 2021. Now that doesn't sound like a big deal. It's like, oh, you don't even notice it. But that is all of Japan, not just Hokkaido. And you can't even use your microwave to warm the center of your grubby little hot pocket, so imagine the power needed to warm up roughly 377,800 square kilometers of area that Japan has. Which, even that is still underselling it and roughly inaccurate, because that's the area of Japan on the actual ground, not the air or atmosphere all around Japan, which has actually warmed up, and the ocean all around it, which has also been warmed by a different temperature amount. Now, I do digress, but I hope you do understand my point. That's a lot of warming up when you put it into perspective. And despite this, we see that Braviary is also living in the seasonal tempered region of Unova. Their encounter rates don't change with the weather, but when we look at Hisu and Braviary, we begin to see a bit of a different story. This is because its Hisuian variant flies south for the winter and into Hisui, a place that is already fairly cold, but clearly must either not be as cold as where it is from, or it is simply where all of its prey has moved to, or is at least easier to catch. We can support this as it will use its screech to send shock waves, psychically, through the water that will then stun prey that lives underwater. And if any lakes up north are frozen over due to the cold and not moving and mixing, then of course Hisu and Braviary would need to migrate in order to get its fill of food to survive. What's stranger yet is that Braviary is a pretty powerful Pokemon, and at least within Hisui, it tends to live a solitary life. Yet within Unova, it is assumed to live in flocks far more. So then what caused that change to even happen? It could just be through their population that caused even their physical form to change. To explain that better, they are built like incredibly efficient hunters. Its Hisuian form has this snowy plumage that is absolutely beautiful, not just because of design, but also because of natural survival. They have something called counter shading, which you are likely to see in a number of different animals such as manta rays in the real world. With counter shading, you blend in differently depending on how people are viewing you or animals are viewing you. In the case of Hisu and Braviary, the snowy top helps it blend with anything that might be looking down on it, while the black underside will help it blend with dark skies covered by night or by clouds. Once again though, we have to ask, why doesn't it have lighter shading? This is likely because, as an eagle, it is more apt to hunt diurnally, meaning it hunts most after sunrise or before sunset, all before those beautiful rays of sunshine illuminate the world and give away its location. It is blending in better with the dark. Add in its sturdier nature, its psychic abilities that it uses to enhance its muscles, and it being regarded as a sacred Pokemon within Hisui, and we have an incredibly tough Pokemon that eventually loses its psychic typing. All because the world around it becomes less harsh, its population rises, and then it no longer needs to fight so hard in order to survive. All resulting in its modern day Unovan form. So not only do we get migration or full immigration with this animal, or Pokemon rather, we also get a complete transformation thanks to it living in less harsh conditions, thanks to its lifestyle changing. Now we can move on to insects. Same as before with birds and any other animal, you're gonna find that they are migrating for some basic reasons. To escape the weather, find food, and maybe even avoid the threat of other creatures that might thrive better in the season they are escaping from. And who better to start this one off than the Pokemon I'm sure everyone knows migrates thanks to the anime, Butterfree. Not only do we see a massive swarm of them fly off in the first season of the anime in Bye Bye Butterfree, which is a reference potentially to Bye Bye Birdie, at least in the English translation, not Japanese, but we also get to see more of this within the Black and White series on Wayfarer Island. Here on this island, there are actually a number of Pokemon that we have already talked about that you would expect to migrate. This includes Swanna, Swablu, Torterra, and even one we didn't really talk about being Swallow, who we can all see within this episode. There are also Ursaring, which bears may actually migrate annually, technically. They aren't undergoing massive migrations like many of our other friends, but they are still shifting their habitat due to things such as food shortages. And once the year is up, they will likely move back and find that the population of animals that they hunt, but more importantly, the many berries and foliage that they eat, will have then been restored. Also, when I say foliage, I really mean to just say like all the different fruits that they eat. This is ultimately considered something called facultative migration, meaning they really aren't trying to migrate regularly, but are pretty much only migrating because they have to for the moment. As stated, they might migrate annually, but that's only if supplies are running low. Back to our focus on this island being Butterfree though, it turns out that Wayfarer Island is known for its massive swarms of Caterpie, which will use this safe space to evolve through Metapod and into Butterfree, finding so much food here that they can evolve pretty quickly and without much threat or worry. To follow this, while the primary inspiration for Butterfree, the swallowtail butterfly, is not known to migrate, we can compare it to its cousin that it is often mixed up with, being the monarch butterfly, which with that we can actually tie in Beautyfly into this, since it is also noted to migrate within an episode of the anime. According to the United States Department of Agriculture, the annual migration of North America's monarch butterfly is a unique and amazing phenomenon. The monarch is the only butterfly known to make a two-way migration as birds do. Unlike other butterflies that can overwinter as larvae, pupa, or even as adults in some species, monarchs cannot survive the cold winters of northern climates. Using environmental clues, the monarchs know when it is time to travel south for the winter. They use a combination of air currents and thermals to travel long distances. Some fly as far as 3,000 miles to reach their winter home. And of course, you may already know about the butterflies that navigate around an invisible mountain, or rather an ancient mountain that doesn't exist anymore, and unfortunately, I have to pop your bubble like mine was popped. Because I'm sorry, but if only after a few short years animals and insects can learn to raid human storages, then why are butterflies just going around an invisible mountain that isn't there? They've had thousands of generations to figure it out, and the answer is simply that there wasn't a ghost mountain. There was likely not even a glacier there that they went around that is ingrained into their DNA to avoid by instinct, and there is no ancient mountain overall. At least, not to my knowledge. Please correct me if I'm wrong, but according to a number of sources and not blogs spreading the same incorrect theory about this ghost mountain, butterflies taking their sudden turn are actually doing this due to three primary reasons: avoid predators, find food for energy, and use the sun or wind currents with that thermals to aid in their travels so that way they can preserve energy. By taking an early turn, they're able to avoid a massive bird population that is just waiting for them. You also can't find milkweed easily over the ocean because it just isn't in the ocean or the lakes. Here in Wisconsin, milkweed is actually an invasive species that is actively decided to be planted by the state parks in order to help the monarchs survive on their journeys. I should know because I was directly told to always cut around them whenever I was tending to the land at the park that I worked at. Lastly, all of nature will do things the most direct and less energy consumptive way. The most efficient way, if you would. This is why streams flow the way they do, by just following the curves, but also wearing things down in the process so that way they can eventually just go straight instead of meandering. This is why honeycomb cells and beehives are hexagonal, and this is why birds hop around rather than walk, all because these processes conserve energy, or are at least the most efficient. So when you find birds or insects in the sky, they're using the sun to warm them. They are following the air currents and electromagnetic waves, and they are making their migration far easier overall. And as a small note, the ability to detect and use electromagnetic waves is not something restricted to smaller creatures. There are plenty of different animals, both large and small, that do this. Even fish manage to use it to their advantage, especially the ones in the deep, dark depths of our oceans. So yeah, Butterfree and Beautyfly are pretty dope in terms of their migration, assuming we kind of ignore all the powdery scales that they release as they fly, which is likely suffocating and killing entire populations of people in Pokemon, since they are notably poisonous. To tie into our previous butterflies, we also have Vivillon, though it does have a little bit of a different story, as we have to look once again at Pokemon Snap in order to understand why it migrates. But before we even get to that, this Pokemon is found all over the world in 20 distinct patterns, from Archipelago to Fancy, Pokeball to Ocean, and more. Which one is your personal favorite? I'm honestly a big fan of the Elegant pattern, though all of these patterns are really strange. Icy Snow pattern makes sense because it will be able to blend in with the winter snow. Garden pattern still makes sense because it can match the greenery within a garden, and even Marine pattern can fly over the sea undetected as it blends with our blue water. In fact, this isn't as strange as I said it was, as many of these patterns find ways to blend in with their environment in a relatively strange way that might give them away just a little bit. For example, another favorite of mine is the High Plains pattern, which starts orange like clay or iron-rich soil, but then fades into the different layers that we would find if we dug into the ground. The green is a little bit off, but that's okay. It's meant to represent the O layer, I assume, which is otherwise called the organic layer. That's where all the things decompose. As a small side, soil science is arguably one of the most boring natural sciences, and for some reason, when I took a class that talked about soil science in college, it was the only one that made my brain click completely and tell me what I wanted to have a much heavier focus on. But then, as I say, the college I was attending was making some real nasty decisions across the board and I had a dip. Loved my professors though. Back on topic, we find other patterns of Vivillon to not fit as well into nature, but that's okay because they technically aren't meant to. For example, we have the Ocean pattern, which is just representative of the rising sun, Japan, or even the Pokeball pattern. I don't think I have to explain what that represents. Odds are, if you take an extra second, you'll find that these aren't as strange. They can all blend in some capacity for the most part. Even the ones like the Savannah one that would blend with the sky, and the rays of sun similarly to the same way and reason that deer have white spots that help them blend in with the forest as the sun's rays cast down upon them. I could go on and on about all of these, but maybe I should just instead have an entire video all about Pokemon camouflage instead. Now we move back to Pokemon Snap, where we are able to witness multiple different Vivillon in the same exact area, meaning that they could not have been born on this island, otherwise they would all have the same pattern. There's even a specific mission called Valley of Vivillon that can be completed in which every form within Snap gathers together, which is incredibly strange because the trigger for this is that scales from a Vivillon noted to not normally populate the area are found. We're sent on this mission, and then they are all attracted to the energy of a Crystal Bloom, which is something that emits life energy and fills Pokemon up with said energy. This is a common occurrence within Lentil as a whole, but it's still important to note that these Vivillon likely come to these islands in order to find a safe place to have food, shelter, and maybe a few babies, all while soaking in tons of that good energy that is found here. Believe it or not, we only have one more insect before we start talking about all of our aquatic Pokemon. This time we have Dustox to talk about, and considering it is a ravenous Pokemon that consumes incredible amounts of leaves and swarms, we can quickly understand why it might need to migrate. They're noted within Diamond and Pearl episode 73 to migrate over Mount Coronet, which is incredibly significant. It allows us to immediately draw the connection to the Japanese oak silk moth and the Hokkaido spongy moth, though there are others that will fly over the mountain for more than just food or habitat, but also because of their shorter lifespans and their attraction to light, just like how Dustox is attracted to city lights, can we draw this connection a little bit closer. The mountains provide great amounts of food for them, making it much easier to survive, though they have a massive impact on the area as mass outbreaks can cause complete defoliation to trees in the area and can even be more than just a nuisance to the public. It can completely affect how populations function, especially as spongy moths were seen as a majorly invasive species, as they are also able to travel far and survive in numerous varied conditions. And for note, if you decide to look into the spongy moth, it did go by a much more offensive and different name that I will not say here, but let's just say that it was a slur given to Romani individuals. The name has only changed in the last few years because I remember being taught the original name in college. The change occurring in March of 2022, just so you all don't start considering me more ancient than I already am. Give me a few more years and I will learn ancient power so I can evolve into my next form. Nice and easy explanation overall, as we do tie those moths to Dustox here, but I gotta say, spongy moths, kinda cute. I mean, look at their giant antennae and their fuzzy bodies. There are some yellow and pink moths that I actually do find in Wisconsin that are known as the rosy maple moth, and my goodness, I have to say, they're arguably the best flying bug critter I've ever seen, completely outshining every butterfly in my personal opinion. We need a moth Pokemon based on that, please. We're on to the aquatic life within Pokemon. Fish are actually a bit fun because by living within the water, they have to either migrate or find themselves swimming deeper into the water where their temperatures are more stabilized due to the sheer amount of water, which that's also considered a little bit of migration, but we'll talk about that later. To explain it better overall, the surface of the water might be hot or cold to us, but then as we get deeper into the water, it has a temperature that is roughly consistent year-round. I learned this firsthand, and often do, when swimming in Lake Michigan and scuba diving in Florida. The second the floor drops in the lake and there's immediately far more water beneath me, I could just feel how much colder I was. Meanwhile in Florida, despite it being a solid 80 degrees, while in the wetsuit and underwater, I felt the temperatures dropping and stabilizing. It was a bit chilly at first, but thanks to the wetsuit, I was able to have a layer of water that stayed against my body for the entire time and it wasn't replaced, meaning it was warmed up to my temperature and stayed that way to ensure I didn't get cold while swimming. Now, these stabilized waters are a huge advantage because it ensures aquatic life can find food while avoiding extreme temperatures overall. The only issue they might run into is less light filtering through due to thick ice, which would then cause plants to eventually die due to the lack of light, but then that's when our bottom feeders like Magikarp continue to thrive. Assuming the lack of oxygen within the water doesn't cause a major issue then forth. But either way, Magikarp are found naturally in every single region except for Unova, though I almost guarantee that this is because they haven't been introduced yet, and unfortunately there is a history of carp actually becoming invasive in Unova thanks to their release from a nature preserve. Did I say Unova? I meant to say New York. I'm mixing up the worlds. Somebody help me. So yes, in New York, carp were originally in a nature preserve, which is exactly where we can currently find Magikarp as of Black 2, White 2. So I am guaranteeing if we ever get a game set further in Unova's future, we will find out that Magikarp escaped containment and heavily populated areas within Unova as an invasive species. Within Pokemon episode 109, the Wacky Watcher, that's such a stupid name. We find out that Magikarp are apt to migrate as they will swim around the world and build up strength so that way they can scale waterfalls and evolve into Gyarados. This idea goes back to the old story of the carp that scales the waterfall to become a dragon by passing through the Dragon Gate, a tale that is meant to represent overcoming a great hardship and becoming better because of it. Now, Magikarp is inspired by Asian carp in specific, which is a collection of 4 different carp species: Bighead, Grass, Black, and Silver. Each of them have served to be majorly invasive depending on the regions they have extended their populations to. This has become easier for them through connected waterways like natural rivers, mass flooding events that have occurred, and of course, any man-made canals. What's crazy about this is that I can nearly guarantee that Gyarados is one of the many reasons as to why Magikarp are able to spread so far and wide and are able to migrate even if they're not necessarily invasive everywhere they go, because they aren't necessarily known to attack their own kind despite laying waste to everything and everyone else around it. And if Gyarados is really destroying entire mountains and land, then it could very easily be opening up pathways or waterways by just mass flooding everything around it, then allowing Magikarp to use this to their advantage. And it's not like Magikarp even need water most of the time. They flop on land for long distances, jump over mountains, even flop their way into space, surviving their way back down despite the sheer magnitude of heat, pressure, and whatever other conditions you want to talk about as it reaches maximum velocity and slams down back onto the earth unscathed somehow. There really is nothing we can do about Magikarp, and we're very lucky that it is eaten by a number of different Pokemon such as Pidgeotto, because between it migrating so much and effectively being a major risk of being an invasive species, it would be no surprise if they just kind of took over all sources of water within the world. Directly in the Pokédex, it is noted that in the springtime, schools of Goldeen can be seen swimming up falls and rivers. It is able to swim at a speed of 5 knots, which is roughly 5.7 miles per hour, or 9.26 kilometers an hour, while using its horn to bash through anything that would dare to impede its progress. It's through this process that we can then understand why, when it evolves into Seaking, it is a horn that is hard enough to destroy entire boulders with ease, or at least bore a hole into them, so so that way they can lay their eggs inside of the holes that they created. Both of these Pokemon can be aggressive and very defensive of their eggs, which they will guard for over a month according to Seaking's Emerald Pokedex entry. The reason that they swim upstream when spring rolls in is simply because that is when everything begins to thaw. And with the thawing of ice comes the movement of water, which then carries all the good food with it from the land that has been waiting to be pushed around. Not only that, but not every creature is built to be able to swim against the current like this. Then we add in that because of this, all the fish that can't swim upstream are going to then be dragged down by the water and deposited into a basin alongside whatever nutrients or matter that is being broken down by the river, and all the predators that are looking for a meal are gathering at the basin for that easy meal. It also turns out that the Tosakin goldfish, the fish that Goldeen is likely inspired by, was considered extinct due to the devastation that followed World War II and then the Nankai earthquake in 1946. Though by some miracle, 6 of these goldfish were found at a restaurant in Kochi Prefecture, which only had them as part of a trade for some Japanese spirits. Not ghosts, I mean the alcohol, but it would be pretty funny if they just handed them some sort of Ghostbusters containment device. We're like, yep, here you go, bud. Enjoy your powerful demon that likes marshmallows. These Tosakin have been registered as protected species within the Kochi Prefecture, though the unfortunate bit is that since all Tosakin originate from those 6 that were saved, they are all predisposed to genetic weaknesses as they are all too closely related to each other. Their numbers are pretty low compared to other goldfish, breeding is difficult, and they prefer new water as opposed to old water that other goldfish might prefer, likely because they're primarily seen as bottom feeders, despite being all level feeders, but that's a different story for a different day. Just be happy that Goldeen isn't being, at risk of being extinct. A strange one that definitely doesn't migrate in the traditional sense, but rather migrates vertically, which is something I hinted at earlier, is the football fish, which is what Chinchou and Lantern are likely inspired by. Yes, somehow these creatures of the abyss with their little forehead attachment is the likely inspiration for our Pokemon, and not just any other anglerfish that we might suspect. Mind you, Chinchou is adorable, and I will not take any slander regarding it. If it smiles at you, your orders are to smile back at it, or you will break its heart, and then I will break your heart. The Chinchou within the anime migrate within Blue Point Isle from one side to the other, leaving the Blue Lagoon that they are spawned into. In fact, there is a man by the name of Daizo who is in charge of the aptly named Parade of the Chinchou held here, making sure they are safely observed and guided to their new life at sea. To explain better, we have the synopsis of this episode from Bulbapedia, which puts it really nicely. The festival celebrates the natural migration of newly hatched Chinchou from the mountains to the ocean. Professor Oak explained that Blue Lagoon was once underwater, but geological forces led to the formation of its present-day landlocked location, though the Chinchou have continued to use it as their breeding grounds. The Chinchou eventually returned to Blue Lagoon's central lagoon to lay their eggs, and the cycle continues on. The Blue Lagoon locals all don blue Hiyori with the Chinchou motif on the back. Afterwards, they gather at the lagoon and along the streets in anticipation for the parade. Stalls sell food and Chinchou-related paraphernalia to commemorate the event. And as the Chinchou emerge from the lagoon, the yellow lights on their antennae create an underwater light show. This procession is now led by specially appointed people to ensure the Chinchou make a safe passage. It has also become a custom for the crowd to splash the Chinchou with water to keep them refreshed as they journey to the sea, which, this sounds pretty freaking fun, and this is just another reason why I would love to be alive within the world of Pokemon, assuming that I wouldn't die a horrible death by fire, stabbing a Beedrill, or otherwise. Now, in regards to those football fish, they, amongst many other sea critters, will vertically migrate at night as they come to slightly shallower water or dive deeper into the water in order to find their fill of food or avoid predators. This goes for tons of different creatures, and I know what you might be saying, well, isn't vertical migration just swimming? Yes, but actually no. You see, this gets really complicated and technical, and it just depends on who you ask at this point. There are layers, though, to the water, just like there are layers to cake, or I guess an onion, because I know one of you, if not multiple of you, thought that out there. And nevertheless, each of these layers have not only those different temperatures we discussed, but also has different pressures within them. Every microorganism, invertebrate, vertebrate, macroorganism, and everything else you can think of has a specified layer or set of layers that they prefer to be in and thrive in. And as a small side, it is typically a strange law of science that is currently believed and relatively accepted, that the deeper you go, the rarer a creature is, but also the larger they tend to be, resulting in colossal squid, or, of course, whales, both being creatures that do dive rather deep into the depths of the world. And I'm sorry to all of you with thalassophobia, I don't have that phobia, but I do have the common sense of, please, for the love of God, do not send me down to the Hadal zone. You know, the literal same zone that is named after Hades. Hadal, Hades. You know, the god of the underworld. It has near freezing temperatures, total darkness, immense pressure, and yet there are many creatures that manage to survive within these depths, including Chinchou and Lantern. And this is also why there's the running theory that if Lantern actually does release light from that far below and with that much pressure, yet said light can be seen on the surface, that there must be an incredible amount of energy being released. And with that much energy being released suddenly and in such a pressurized environment, there's a small chance that something like, I don't know, a black hole could form. So, as such, let's just all be happy that we aren't being crushed by a black hole whenever these adorable guys decide to flash each other. Which, if I had to make a winning bet, I'm pretty positive that they flash their lights like lightning bugs in order to attract a mate towards them. Maybe a future video will be all about the Pokemon mating rituals and stuff like that. Who knows? Clusters of Corsola congregate in warm seas where they serve as ideal hiding places for smaller Pokemon. When the water temperature falls, this Pokemon migrates to the southern seas. This probably comes as a surprise, but not only does this mean that Corsola, of course, migrates, but that when we look at real-life coral, they also tend to migrate, or at least some of them do. And instead of migrating towards warmer seas in order to escape the warming waters that then cause an increase in acidity and then in turn bleach their coral bodies, they are instead moving towards colder waters. Though this does not solve our problem, as an article by Reef Bites explains to us. Numerous studies have documented both terrestrial and marine species moving past their home range in response to warming regional conditions. Species that are living on the edge of their thermal tolerance may shift poleward from the tropical zone to the subtropical. Poleward means away from the equator, or south in the southern hemisphere and north in the northern hemisphere. Basically from center to away. It is an appealing idea, as I continue quoting from them, that corals might survive the heat by migrating, though new locations are unlikely to host the networks of interdependent species of the original range, and species that do manage to relocate or invade, depending on your viewpoint, could also gravely upset the pre-existing environmental balance in their new location. Meaning that through the mass migration of species, we could see entire groups of animals be completely disrupted when they rely on these corals for food or shelter. And then when we translate that into the world of Pokemon, we find that there could be Pokemon such as Marini traveling with them, or small fish that use them for coverage or camouflage, thus putting them in a situation where they have to brave the new environment or learn to survive without their Corsola ally. And even if they do follow along, they could theoretically become an invasive species. And of course, when all of this fails and Corsola are unable to find a safe home for themselves, they pass away, bleached by their environment as they become their Galarian counterpart. Though, if you want to learn more about them, check out my video explaining all of the regional variants of Pokemon. And before we continue, I just want to say, thank you for watching. Thank you for making it this far. If you're new here, make sure you subscribe. I have videos that I release every single week with this level of depth, connecting Pokemon to the real world. Share the video with your friends, hype the video, and leave a comment about anything that surprised you or any information that you would like to share with me, whether it be proving me wrong or supporting something I say. I learn through you almost as much as you guys may learn through me, if not more sometimes. You guys have taught me quite a bit. And if you'd like to go the extra mile, become a member of the channel for as little as $3 a month to help support free content like this for everybody. But enough on that. Thank you again for watching, and on with the video. This next one took some legwork and is a bit more theoretical, but follow me on this because it was the inspiration as to why I wanted to make this video. As we look at Feebas, we know that it is a Pokemon that is directly noted to be incredibly sturdy, while also being so shabby in appearance that other Pokemon don't even want to eat it. Pokemon's words, not mine. There's nothing to argue about it. It's fact. I've seen some of you in the comments get upset about me saying Feebas is ugly, but that's Pokemon, okay? I think it looks like a skeleton, and I kind of dig it. Though, greater than this is that their evolution is completed through prism scales, at least now it is. And while this wasn't always the case, it is the lore that has been set in addition to the fact that these prism scales form on their bodies naturally and may shed off of them. With this in mind, we can actually look at locations like Route 13 within Unova, where we're able to find a prism scale on the route's northeastern shore, but we are unable to find any wild Feebas whatsoever there. In fact, the Feebas are so incredibly far away that we find them on Route 1 if we fish there. Then in Black 2, White 2, we find that both prism scales and Feebas can be found on Route 1 or within Undella Town. Now, you technically can get a prism scale in Undella Town in the first game as well, but this scale we receive is from an individual within the Pokemon Center. When we look into Alola, we find Feebas on Brooklet Hill, but the prism scale is washed up onto Exeggcute Island or southwest of the bay in Kalae Bay. Once again, incredibly far away from where we are going to find Feebas. We can continue this song and dance throughout the different locations within the world of Pokemon and continue to find the same exact results. Feebas in one location, prism scale somewhere over there. And we can't chalk this up to the possibility that Feebas is being grabbed by a predator bird because guess what? Feebas has no natural born predators. And as such, there's something else going on here, something strange that is hidden as we find that Feebas may have been in a number of these different areas and migrate during heavy rainfall or floods. Maybe over many years they transitioned from one body of water to another as they filled, connected, used the water as a bridge between the two ponds, and then the bridge would eventually dry up, trapping them in their new location. This isn't going to be the case for every location we find Feebas in, but they can survive in murky waters, meaning that they're able to survive conditions in which sediments would be kicked up by large rainfalls and would then be able to take advantage of these transient conditions, hopping from pond to pond until we find them in the locations in which we find them in the games. Alright, if you watched my last video on the death and rebirth of Pokemon, you may want to skip to the next section because we're about to talk about white-striped Basculegion again, a Pokemon that does migrate. The white-striped Basculegion are one of 3 types of Basculegion that exist within the world of Pokemon. They're a strange mix of large bass with the aggressive nature of a piranha mixed with a beta fish, because in all reality, piranhas aren't usually as aggressive as they're made out to be in the movies and so on. People swim in piranha-infested waters all the time, apparently, and at worst have lost a toe due to blood in the water and the fish being incredibly hungry, because, you know, if somebody's waving a delicious smelling piece of meat in front of you and you haven't eaten in a while, yeah, you'd probably bite it also. But Basculegion still takes that aggressive nature and ramps it up to a 10, turning it into one of the only 2 Pokemon that do not flee from areas in which Corphish and Crawdons make their home. Feebas being the other one, but also because they don't target Feebas at all. And this is actually only true for red and blue Basculegion, this aggressiveness, as white-striped Basculegion are said to be far more docile by comparison. In addition, as they move upstream in their migration, there are many things that can and do go wrong, causing the death of many of their kind. Instead of allowing themselves to fully fall into the pit of despair, these Basculegion grasp at their family through the Veil of Death and find a way to empower them through rage and sorrow, combining the living and the dead to be reborn as Basculegion. Now, Basculegion is a bit strange because now it takes on the qualities of salmon. The visual breakage of its body that we can see is equated specifically to zombie salmon. And the US Fish and Wildlife Service has an article written by Katrina Liebig on this exact phenomenon, and they even have it as part of another podcast. And they state the following: set in motion at birth, the fate of Pacific salmon is like clockwork. Each year, a new generation returns from sea to spawn, then death. The Pacific salmon spawn only once per lifetime. As they make their final journey home, their silver sides blush, as pigments that give their flesh its appetizing red hue move to their skin. The fat that models their tasty fillets burns up as females become vessels for plump, fatty eggs. For both sexes, fat stored in their muscles and livers is totally used up by the time they reach the spawning grounds. They grind their tails into the gravel, hoping to make deep enough nests that withstand the scour of ice and spring floods. Males then tap into their reserves to grow fearsome teeth and hooked upper jaws that they use to go against and fight each other with. The changes salmon undergo near the end of their life are profound and system-wide, including the eventual widespread deterioration of internal organs. When the frenzy's all said and done, they're spent, their fate is sealed. It's a matter of days, maybe a couple weeks at most. There's even a fish they found that was dead to rights, chunks missing, badly decayed, and its eye was gone. And when they picked it up, it was not only still alive, but it released spawn all over the researchers, and that is still incredibly gross to me after reading this for the 4th time. Twice off camera, twice on camera. It's just a horrifying thing because I know it's supposed to be the fish themselves, but I just imagine a bunch of zombie babies crawling all over me, and that brings a whole new level of horror to the stage. In any case, these Pokemon easily fit into our world of migration and serve as our last fish Pokemon to talk about before we dig into another Pokemon you may have not thought of before migrating. And we jump into the migrational world of plant Pokemon. Yes, plants do migrate, and they do so very actively, not by mistake. This is a concept that seems wild to us, but there are a lot of studies that have gone into understanding that this is just simply a fact. We as humans often see movement as a sign that something is alive. Dogs, they bark, run, and fart at us while they sleep on the couch. Birds, well, they squawk and fly all around us, high in the sky, and make a mess through eating a bunch of seeds. Raccoons, they get a little quirky at night and work their way into our trash cans, steal from campers, and drag their fat little bellies across the ground. The last part was something I personally had to deal with, and the camper claimed up and down that a person snuck into their camp and stole their food. For note, there were wrappers and pieces of food left as a trail into the forest, all of which had bite marks. So if it was human, they had tiny teeth and were clearly very hungry. Yes, we made fun of that camper for a long time in private. Back on track though, because we look at for all of these different traits to determine if something is alive, we often miss that plants are very much alive and can see, quote unquote, the world around them. They just don't see it in the same exact way that we do. Dandelions are able to feel the currents of air before they release their seeds to float upon the wind. When plants grow, their vines are able to continually swing their vine in a circle until suddenly they stop and cut across their circle pattern to immediately grab a pole that they wish to climb up, and so much more. It's all been documented time and time again, though it takes a lot of time and a good time-lapse video to see it in its full effect. I personally love to move my plants just a little bit away from the sunlight in order to make them grow a certain direction as they try to maximize their sunlight potential. And before I finally move on to talk about our plant Pokemon, there's been a lot of debate on whether or not plants have consciousness, but I won't talk about that here. I at least just wanted to mention it. Instead, we'll talk about Exeggcute, because nothing in its information across any medium states anything about it migrating, though what we do find out is that in the real world, coconuts have genuinely floated across the waters of the world and quote-unquote migrated to new islands that they were then able to populate. And when we look at Exeggcute, we find that it is no different. Exeggcutor Island, routes 26 and 27, which are connected to the greater ocean in Kanto, routes 34 to 39, which start on a rocky coast but then lead into more forested areas, route 18 as a swarm in Unova, which is an island that is believed to have been a contiguous area with the desert resort, and more locations that follow a similar formula. This is no mistake. These are specifically planned out areas in which we do find an intentional placement of these Pokemon. Sure, the graphics aren't the greatest, but I've never cared about that when it comes to these games, because this is what I've loved, because there's tons of story, tons of fun to be had, and a lot of love put into it by the people who make the game directly. And then this very intentional connection to ecology. And if somehow it is all one massive coincidence, then I don't know what to say. Because it is a coincidence that many people who have better education in ecology and environmental studies have seen alongside me and agree that this must be intentional. And it's just beautiful. Also, just imagine the first couple of Exeggcute just floating across the water to their first islands, where they eventually begin to populate entire forests. A short case study we have is actually found within the Pokemon Adventures manga, and it's when Red sees an entire forest moving at once in a mass migration. Editing Acrylic here, I somehow managed to mix up red and yellow in my memory, even though yellow is clearly the superior character in all of Pokemon. Either way, if I say he, if I say red, ignore that, it's actually yellow. Once he finds solid ground up and away from danger, he takes a closer look through binoculars to find out that the horde of trees are in fact Exeggcutor and Oddish, moving in tandem away from a greater threat that was unknown at the time of the event. This mass migration actually caused a Farfetch'd to be displaced from its home, as it could no longer find the nest that it left in order to find its own fill of food. It's not a major case of migration, or a regular one, but it's important to note that even mass groups of Pokemon might migrate in order to find safety against predators or major perceived threats. Hoppip's evolutionary line is a strange one to consider migratory as a whole, but I feel as though it fits, because for starters, Hoppip can already be found all over the world simply because they are easily blown by even the most gentle of breezes. And since they enjoy these gentle winds, they just kind of say, oh, this is nice. I'll just close my eyes for a minute. Then the next thing you know, they're deep within the base of the cartel with a brick in their hands. No idea how they got there, but they're there now. They're able to grab onto something to stop themselves from floating away, but it really is up to time and age for them to reach the point in which they are able to control themselves better. This is when we do get into Skiploom, who is absolutely a migratory creature, as the Violet Dex entry states, when the weather grows cold, Skiploom's flower closes and the Pokemon cannot photosynthesize, so it flies away to warmer regions. To pair with this, the Scarlet entry states that Skiploom enthusiasts can tell where Skiploom were originally born from the scent drifting from the flower on the Pokemon's head, and as a side to this, I would never ever be able to do that. I have always had a poor sense of smell, and the other day I had thought I could smell cinnamon, when in fact my fiance, who has a very strong, good sense of smell, stated that it was just the smell of a grill using charcoal. Those two smells smell nothing alike, and I will never fully understand smells no matter how long I live. Back on track again, that whole part where I said it was up to this Pokemon's age to help it be able to control how it moved in the air or migrated wasn't a joke or a metaphor or whatever else. This is one of the only lines of Pokemon, if not the only line of Pokemon, that does evolve directly through age and will die once it reaches its final form. While Jumpluff can use its Cotton Puff spores to float around as it wishes, it will release these spores, apparently not seeds, all over the world. Though once all of these spores have been released, its journey ends, and so does its life as it passes away. By this point, they will have at least circled the globe with their cat smile on their face, having seen all the sights that the globe then has to offer. Our last plant is Snover, who actually does the opposite of pretty much every other Pokemon that we've talked about today. Instead of migrating away from colder areas, it will instead migrate towards colder areas. In the summer, as the sun shines longer, it will decidedly stay up higher in the mountains where it resides. In doing so, it is able to stay where it is colder, thus keeping that layer of snow on its body. More importantly, Snover is able to face less competition from other plant-based Pokemon and have less threats from Pokemon that may attack it for its berries by staying in colder zones. It can even outcompete other plant Pokemon easier, not just because of its evergreen body capable of withstanding the cold better, but also because it digs its roots into the snow in order to absorb water and cool down its body temperature. How far roots can grow is incredibly important for a plant and their ability to compete. In fact, there are many plants that are invasive species that are able to grow their roots deeper into the soil, thus allowing them to siphon away water from other plants in the area before the water table rises enough for said plants to even get a drop of water, meaning that these deeper rooting plants can effectively kill other plants through dehydration. And this will then lead to more of these plants thriving in this location as all other plants die and it takes over. This can then extend into draining the area of its normal water table, drying it all out in the process. But hey! Doom and gloom aside, at least Snover isn't like this, and we just have to stay away from it when Big Papa Abomasnow is around, unless we want to know what it's like to be ground zero for a whiteout snowstorm. I've grouped our reptilians and amphibians together here, and even though these are more than just that, as I even have a dragon in this section, but hey, these groups were never meant to be perfect, just a rough organization tool for my own sanity, and for some people who might want that. So we start with Slowpoke, who is just so incredibly stupid, and another top tier Pokemon in my heart. I mean, we are talking top 15 or 20 for all of their forms bundled up together. They're just that perfect in my eyes. Though, despite me loving them, Slowpoke are effectively so incredibly dim-witted that at least within the anime, they almost drove themselves to extinction within a specific section of the world by literally watching water go away from their very eyes. Like, they literally watched as their source of water slowly disappeared, watched it get streamed away, and did nothing about it. Didn't even try to follow it. And of course, they get their fill of food by primarily staying near sources of water in which fish inhabit. So once the water dries up, they not only lose their source of hydration, but also lose their food source. Long story short, if it weren't for Ash and the gang helping evolve a Slowpoke into the great and intelligent Slowking, they would have effectively gone extinct. And I would love to have a real-life tie-in for Slowpoke, but it really is just an incredibly strange Pokemon. You can compare it to the Japanese giant salamander, which does migrate upstream into smaller areas where the water initially collects in order to have its eggs before moving back down. Though that habit really isn't expressed in our little Slowpoke, and when the company decided to create Quagsire, we see a stronger connection between them. Funny enough, Quagsire does not migrate, from what I could find, but it does have an annual celebration for the ones that live in the Blue Moon Falls. When the moon is full, they then try to launch objects as high as possible in an attempt to hit the moon. Another you were likely expecting from the beginning is Torterra, who live in herds and will migrate together as they search for clean water. In doing so, they create the illusion of an entire forest moving just like Exeggcute does, though it is assumed that once they find the place they enjoy most, they become mostly or completely immobile. This then leads into the canonical theory that Torterra make up the planet itself, that there was a gigantic Torterra deep beneath the earth that we stand on. And to be entirely fair, it's kind of plausible when we look at a lot of the evidence. Even if we ignore the beautiful scene in Pokemon Detective Pikachu where we get to see the massive groups of Torterra that completely overshadow humans as though we were but a breadcrumb, we can look at other Pokemon and how they've become massive in size. For example, Alpha Pokemon, which are just Pokemon that are full of life energy, which is the same for the Illumina Pokemon in Lental, the Titan Pokemon in Paldea, and the Totem Pokemon in Alola. Each of these Pokemon are massive in size and have taken on these forms through some level of excess energy. And we are eventually explained that at least with Alpha Pokemon, it is a natural form of energy, or at least theorized by the character that introduces us to Alpha Pokemon within Legends ZA. He believes this, and I'm willing to believe him with all the evidence I've seen, but that's explained better in my Alphas and Megas Pokemon video if you want those details. Instead, if we take the concept of Alpha Pokemon, understand that it is natural life energy that causes it, and apply it to Torterra, then it would make perfect sense that there is at least one massive Torterra underneath at least one continent within the world. Though to be clear, this is primarily a reference to the world turtle, a turtle that was believed to live under the planet holding it up. This belief was held by a number of different cultures in the past, which I always personally love when we get different cultures coming up with the same ideas or worshiping the same gods, so on and so forth. It makes you really wonder what could be real, what could they have seen, and what myths are actually fact, or some strange twisted fact. Zweilous is technically less migratory and more of a nomadic Pokemon. This is because it doesn't seem to actually display any behavior in turning back around and going back to old homes or locations. Instead, it will eat everything it can within its territory, then move on to the next territory. And if you want to be incredibly technical about it, this would then be considered facultative migration, as we talked about with our bears. It's only migrating around because it has no choice to if it wants to survive to the next day, and maybe it'll turn back around to places it's been. And considering Zweilous also fights with itself a lot, the two different heads having different likes and dislikes, then they're definitely wasting a bunch of calories, meaning they will most likely be eating even more than you may expect. They primarily live in caves, so it wouldn't be any surprise to find out that they're moving to different cave openings by traveling through all the different tunnels. And in this process, they really are just eating any Pokemon they would consider prey, which is a lot of different Pokemon. Zweilous just has to be able to see the prey first because it's, a little bit blind. I blame the hair. It's kind of adorable, but maybe we set Zweilous up with a stylist and get some new do's going. Our final Pokemon in this section is the marine reptile Lapras. It is based on the Plesiosaur, and any amounts of behavioral science regarding extinct animals before we continue may get a little bit funky because, we weren't around to see it. We can have a billion pieces of evidence that supports our theories, but we could also just be, wrong. Although, if we base everything on the evidence we do have, just like Lapras, we do find that Plesiosaurs had a worldwide distribution, fossils being found all over the place as long as there was once water in that section. And if we consider that massive animals like whales need to travel long distances in order to ensure that they get their necessary fill of food, then it is pretty sensible to make the assumption that a large-necked creature like the Plesiosaur would do the same. As a side, I know this is wrong of me, but I kind of just want to see something grab the Plesiosaur like a cartoon character, maybe even like Hulk and Loki, and just swing it around by the neck as if it was some sort of massively oversized flail. This I don't know why. It's a thought that goes into my head. This is why I don't have superpowers, because sometimes the intrusive thoughts win, and I don't think the universe would be ready for my stupidity. But onto Lapras proper, they are noted to migrate annually from the Orange Islands to the Johto region, with a singular Lapras that usually leads the group in their traveling. And while doing so, assuming they are in a good mood, they will sing. And I'd like to then imagine a group of Lapras being called a choir, as they would sing together while moving, though now we can actually support the reason for their migration being the same as the Plesiosaur, as once the population of Lapras started to come back, they caused a decline in the fish population in any area where there are too many of this big blue marine reptile. In other words, Lapras choirs eat their fill, travel somewhere new, eat their fill, and then continually traveling or turn back. Diglett's migration is a bit of one that makes perfect sense when we think about it, but was only ever suggested to be a thing within the Power of One movie as they carried away Professor Oak's bike. Diglett are incredibly important for the ecosystem. I would even argue that it is easily a keystone species within the world of Pokemon, which keystone species video needs to be its own thing one day as well. But even through the manga, Elite Four's Koga tells us all about how important that Diglett and Onix are to the ecosystem. As we already know, through the decks, that Onix creates tunnels that Diglett will then use, which at first seems redundant considering that Diglett are able to, dig, hence the name Diglett. But it's more than that. By having a large tunnel already created, a vast network like an ant maze is completed. This maze connects locations that are incredibly far from each other and would otherwise take Diglett potentially their entire lives to reach. But with Onix, this process is expedited and made far easier. Further than this, Diglett are important as they churn up the soil, aerating it, and promoting the growth of plant life. And this is what helps me love the Pokemon manga even more, or even how connected Pokemon is to ecology. And to close off this short section then, moles don't actually migrate. At best, they go deeper underground to avoid the harder soil caused by freezing temperatures, so, okay, maybe they technically do vertical migration, but I'll leave that up to you. That's still a weird new term to me. In Pokemon Diamond and Pearl episode 44, there is an entire herd of Hippopotas that are shown to be migrating. Unfortunately, they got lost and made their way to a ledge cliff where they are ultimately stranded and need help. While Hippopotas dislikes water, its evolution Hippowdon has been shown to not only dive into the sands, but also into small bodies of water. They really are just primarily the opposite to a real hippo, and that hippos typically stick to the water, but when we do look at our real life animal, we can find that hippos also migrate. Consistent reports have found that since they are so incredibly reliant on water, hippos are very vulnerable to disturbances in their habitats for how much water there is in a given area. So, for example, if their bed of water begins to dry up, they need to move or they will struggle to survive pretty quickly. As such, they have to time their movements with the wet and dry seasons. They need to give the larger bodies of water that stay around all year the time they need to build up aquatic plants, but they also need to eat their fill of, at minimum, 80 pounds or 40 kilograms a day in order to survive. As such, they have to migrate over to other bodies of water that can support their life and diet before moving back to their favorite spots. Luckily, hippos have a very sedentary lifestyle where they just kind of laze about all day, floating in the water while they bask in the sun. Otherwise, they'd be eating far more. And with teeth like those, I don't think anyone's going to stop them. And I'll be honest, I'm not afraid of hippos, but if you put me in a room and told me I had to fight a bear or a hippo, I'm gonna choose the bear every single time. The hippo is likely just gonna make a mess of me since it doesn't want to eat me, while the bear wants to conserve energy and kill me as fast as possible. I mean, come on, even crocodiles are afraid of hippos, and crocodiles can be scary, and this is coming from the guy who was born in Florida. I am willing to wrestle a crocodile or alligator, but again, not a hippo. I'm gonna follow the crocodile and stay away from the hippo. Migrating seasonally, just as real deer and bucks do, we have Saucebuck, the Pokemon that is representative of our 4 primary seasons. And yes, I say primary seasons because then we get into things like monsoon or hurricane season, or if you're crazy and just accept it, we also have fire season, which really isn't a natural occurrence and is just humanity's way of accepting the trash fire that we started and keep adding fuel to. You know what, I was gonna stop myself, but no, let's take a tangent. Skip ahead if you want to miss the rants, but trust me, you're gonna want to stick around for it because I haven't done these in a while. Because sure, there are plenty of different reasons as to why natural wildfires happen, while they are incredibly important. they renew the soil, they grant a reset to the ecosystem that they occur in, and they even help trees, like certain firs, burst their cones open. These cones are covered in a resin, sealed to ensure they are kept safe. It can only break open to release seeds when a high temperature is achieved. This effectively then means that nature is meant to have fires, or at least these trees have adapted to outcompete other plants in the event a fire does happen, which ultimately just helps other plants regrow as the roots of the tree hold the soil. But what isn't good is overuse of water for things like, generative AI. Don't get me wrong, AI is a tool used for decades for helping us analyze information or automatically calculate information in an easier format that we as humans can then design from with our human meat brains, not creating art from it, not generating art from AI. Meanwhile, things like generative AI draws up water due to cooling needs through excessive energy use. Governments within America, influenced by corporations, have taken water away from the public when it was necessary to fight against fires or heat, as they just dry up the land more, meaning that they're not using the water when it was necessary or when people needed it most, and it caused people to die. I'm not going to say pass away. They died. And overall, people are just being ridiculous with how all of this functions. I guarantee I'm going to get one AI bro telling me how generative AI is useful, just like the 15 different companies that want to sponsor me every month that are generative AI based. But here's the thing. When you are going to sit here and say, oh, I can replace one person in my company, that means the rest of your company can be replaced by AI as well, meaning there's no value to you. And you know what I say? Bridge the gap yourself with books, research, and actual effort instead of ruining the planet that I love. I despise how often I get sponsorship offers from generative AI places because even all of their emails are the exact same. Half of them don't even say Acrylic on the email. I even turned down Temu because their parasitic practices. Mass produce cheap products that are potentially harmful to people and the environment, sell them for cheap, take their information, sell it on the internet. Though I will say that last part, that whole take information part, is allegedly, because I'm not a professional, nor have they been judged to do so on the Temu app. On a different app they have been, though. This isn't political, by the way. This is just the truth. So anyone who says otherwise in the comments is just as delusional as anti-vaxxers. Yeah, I'm just firing shots today because I realize I haven't done this in a long time. I would say I'd come after the flat earthers and the sovereign citizens next, but the lack of oxygen to their brains will cause them to pass away before I even get to find them. So, Anywho, back to talking about a creature with a brain, we have Sawsbuck, who is seen as more than just a migratory creature. It is actually seen as the harbinger of spring. And if we tie this to real-life counterparts, we find that the home range, quote-unquote, of a deer or buck is not a square mile, as a lot of people weirdly say, but rather anywhere that it feels comfortable, anywhere that it feels its needs are met. And so it may have a range of 10 or 15 square miles, as it might be one of only 4 deer within a massive area. This massive area may look terrible to us and may have very little foliage, but for a small number of deer, it suffices and meets their needs. When we then turn back to Sawsbuck and Deerling, their populations are strangely consistent year-round on any of the routes that they live on. This assumption is made by looking at their encounter rates, which, if you were to encounter 100 Pokemon, then 30 of them should be 30 different Deerling in certain versions of the game or certain locations. This is the same assumption I make in my Pokemon ecology videos, which, yes, Galar is on its way. I fear that beast, but it is coming very soon. Despite this population percent staying consistent, it could just be because we are also looking in the grass in these routes. And with deer nesting in large swaths of grass that they can lay down in for cover, it's no surprise that their encounter rates don't change at all. But between looking at Pokédex information and real-life deer as we have, it is very clear that they do migrate. What may be happening then is that the areas in which we find them are able to just simply support the lives of their herds very well. We move on to oddball Pokemon, of which there are only 2, and then we get onto our legendary and mythical Pokemon. Don't know why I said that so weird. Opening the door for us is Klefki, who is hard to say that it migrated and more that it just kind of immigrated from one location to a new one altogether. Klefki used to live in caves where they would absorb metallic ions from the ores in the area. Due to human expansion and mining, the food supply for Klefki would eventually be wiped out, and then they would move away from these caves. Their new homes would be within places such as the Lost Hotel or Lumio City's sewer system, any place where they can not only get their keys, but moreover are able to absorb metallic ions while also avoiding any would-be predators, anything that eats metal in the games. We don't really know how long these Pokemon live, but considering they are Fairy and Steel, 2 types that we associate with longevity, it could be assumed that they live incredibly long lives. So, I would like to believe that they're able to wait as long as necessary before moving back into the caves to find new tunnels and let them find new sources of their favorite food. Until then, it'll just drift around and pick up whatever keys it's able to in order to get its fill. Though the greatest outlier, the greatest oddball and anomaly of the ecosystem every time it comes up is here, Ditto. And I have seen Ditto as a massive headache for far too long. I love it as a Pokemon, but when I look at it in the ecological sense, I crumble on the inside. To catch you up to speed, Ditto is a Pokemon that absolutely does not need to eat anything at all. It has a capacity to transform into anything and everyone, whether it be humans, objects, Pokemon, you name it. And as such, it can effectively just eat anything that anyone else eats. Yet it is not a predator. It is not a Pokemon that even hunts. Not even for a blade of grass, and you find it existing most often in any place where humans stay away from, with a few exceptions. For example, we see them in Cerulean Cave, where we find Mewtwo, Giant Chasm, where we get Kyurem, Pokemon Village, where we see Mewtwo again, protecting other Pokemon, Mirage Cave, and Mirage Island in Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire, Mount Hokulani in Alola, and many, many others. They actively hide from others, blending in with society of humans or within groups of Pokemon, and considering their ability just allows them to turn into a plant and photosynthesize if they become a plant-based Pokemon, it's easy to see how they are becoming stranger ecosystem-wise by the second and how in the world they even fit in. Adding further to this, you can't make more Ditto, they just simply exist. But you can breed other Pokemon with them. Even the Pokemon that don't have genders can breed with Ditto to make more babies, which raises more questions because Ditto is absolutely passing traits such as nature's from itself to others, meaning that DNA is absolutely involved. But now we get into Ditto being found within every region except for Hoenn, back in the original games at least. Yet here's the kicker still, you cannot find them in Hisui, but in modern day Sinnoh, they might appear with your radar, meaning that they didn't have a population there originally. And just as a note, I always have to say Ditto has been confirmed to not be a failed clone of Mew or any other Pokemon. It's simply a strange creature that exists and will always exist. And we can assume that if it does migrate, which explains why it's found everywhere, it does so while traveling between groups of Pokemon and blending in with the goal of finding a more permanent, safe home for itself. This might be bold to state, but I do believe that Mewtwo is technically a migratory Pokemon, though that will depend on the versions of the games that you're playing, since it was also held as a prisoner by Team Flare for a number of years, thanks to the info within Legends ZA that also references the Pokemon Adventures manga, but again, that's kind of it's a sequel, but it's also like its own timeline thing. We're not going to worry about that. Let's just look at the facts. Mewtwo is a Pokemon that is designed to be stronger than anything found in nature and is a protector of all Pokemon and by some extent, humanity. It gains understanding of its own birth and the circumstances of life as a whole, which allows it to be compassionate towards others in new ways, even fighting off a Genesect that was not compassionate towards others. We find it in Cerulean Cave, and in its sister location, the Unknown Dungeon in Kalos. Within Cerulean, we find an immense swath of powerful wild Pokemon collecting there. You're even prevented from entering for your own safety until after you've become a champion, and of course, deep within the cave, we do find Mewtwo. If we're assuming that Pokemon are attracted to incredibly high amounts of energy, as they are in Lumio City in Legends ZA, then we can easily assume any other Pokemon that emits an incredibly high amount of energy would then attract other Pokemon to it, which I'm pretty sure is also what happens with Z Crystals and Totem Pokemon in Alola, but whatever. This still allows us to then explain why this cave is so dangerous. But the same cannot be said about the unknown cave within Kalos, because just outside of this cave do we find Pokemon Village, which is where it's located at, a place where Pokemon hide away from humans out of fear or mistreatment. It's here that they're also protected by Mewtwo, similar to how Mewtwo protects clone Pokemon within the anime. This is also reflected within the Pokemon Adventures manga as extra support to this, and when we look at this location, we do find Pokemon that are roughly in the same level range as the Pokemon we find within Cerulean Cave, making them even more similar. What I would like to believe then is that Mewtwo may have switched between these locations to keep an eye on all these Pokemon and protect at least the ones in Pokemon Village, while leaving when necessary. If this isn't the case, then it could also be said that Mewtwo simply moved to the Pokemon Village on its own after some time. Maybe it was attracted to Kalos as a whole and the Mega Phenomenon. Maybe it had other plans. After all, despite being an artificial Pokemon, it has 2 Mega Stones. All of this being something that I really should explain in its own video someday, revolving completely around Mew and Mewtwo. Moving on to Articuno, Zapdos, and Moltres, the trio of Pokemon that we have seen since Generation 1 have long been confirmed to be migratory Pokemon. This begins with the understanding that the trio are seen as the harbingers of winter, spring, and summer. Articuno bringing in the cold gales of winter and its snow, Zapdos summoning roiling human thunderstorms in summer, actually, and Moltres directly stating that its arrival is the sign of an early spring. They're said to travel all over the world, and we do find them in the Sea Spirit's Den in Kalos, but we also get to see them in a number of different locations in the games. The strangest to me is Zapdos being in the abandoned power plant until you realize that its presence there is helping other electric Pokemon get their fill of electricity as they need. In fact, all 3 of these Pokemon affect the ecosystems that they fly to, but I also have a whole video on that which you can check out. Instead, I want to focus on a detail that I strongly believe connects these Pokemon to their Galarian counterparts. Because while we have these Pokemon, we are still missing the 4th season in representation, being autumn. And some people might say Lugia represents autumn because Lugia can be associated with monsoons, which typically occur during the seasonal shifts of warm summers into the colder autumns. But we have a better, more direct connection in the Galarian variants. This trio literally eats from a red-leafed Dynatree, migrating here every single year in order to get their fill of the fruit. And there are many cases in which people believe they see all 3 legendary birds flying overhead. And there's a major flaw with this, because Galarian Zapdos decidedly does not fly. It runs at Mach speeds across the lands. In addition, while you might mistake Articuno's 2 different forms from a distance, especially at high-speed movement, you can't tell me that you would mistake the 2 different Moltres for each other. They're just so drastically different that you may as well consider yourself medically blind if you believe you would mistake one for the other. Because of this, the most logical explanation is that the 2 different trios of legendary birds are in fact the same trio. That they travel around the world, come back to this Dynatree, eat up the fruit, transform, and on their migration back, they use up the excess energy that they are filled with. Pokemon have transformations caused by the food they eat or the items they touch all the time, whether it be Herba Mystica causing Titan Pokemon, the orbs that grant Kyogre and Groudon more power, or even their primal forms, or any number of items that help your average Pokemon evolve. Would it be such a foreign or taboo idea to consider that maybe our birds transform simply by eating the fruit of a great tree that was likely created by Calyrex, another legendary Pokemon? I don't think so, and it's a story I'm going to be sticking to until we are told otherwise or have better evidence. Now for the Pokemon on the thumbnail, +1, actually technically +2, Kyogre, Groudon, and Rayquaza. Now what I really love about this is that Geek Ecology and Poketsunami came together in their translation of the Pokemon Ecology book, and our Eco Geek talked about how Kyogre must be a migratory creature. But here's the kicker. Not once did he mention in that video anything about how it actually migrates within the world of Pokemon. He simply analyzed it for the type of whale that it was and its overall body composition. He used real-life science, which I will tell you he knows way more about animal biology and natural ecology than me, I am sure. So it was actually amazing to follow up talking with them about how Kyogre does migrate. And while we often associate our duo here with Hoenn, there's a location called the Embedded Tower within Johto, a place that was actually built for all 3 of the super ancient trio, meaning even Rayquaza was meant to visit this location. The purpose, as a hidden tower, was simply to provide the trio with a place to rest. Its history is as follows. A long time before the events of Heart Gold and Soul Silver, the Embedded Tower was an enormously tall tower built by people who came from the Hoenn region. Its peak was said to touch the sky, and part of it was embedded into the cliffs of Route 47, running deep underground into the ocean, thus connecting the land, the sea, and the sky. This is more than just a location for rest on a great migration. It is a holy place for these Pokemon and the people that worship them. But why would these Pokemon need to rest, you ask? Well, whenever they do waken, they aren't actually always combating with each other. Sure, they rest deep below the surface as they try to absorb the natural energy of the world, which is known as primal energy, but they do more than just that. Kyogre brings rain and expands the ocean. Groudon gets rid of flooding and expands the land. And Rayquaza is the emperor of the atmosphere, as it literally releases ozone particles, or at least in the Pokemon Adventures manga it does that. And it's because of these three that we have a working planet to begin with. Again though, I've mentioned and explained this in many different videos, so I'm just going to let it go for now, and we're going to continue forward. As such, with three Pokemon that effectively represent the constant changing and shifting of land, water, and air, they're pretty hard at work and need a place to rest. They don't just teleport across the world as some Psychic-type Pokemon are apt to do, looking at you, Mew. But these three are effectively forced to travel at their pace across the planet, which poor Groudon actually has it the worst, because both Kyogre and Rayquaza are able to fly. Poor oversized Magma Lizard is stuck waddling his way all the way back to wherever he wants to rest, so with this in mind then, it only makes sense that a tower would be created as a resting spot. What I wonder is if there are any other towers in the world that are intended to work this way, and once again, that's just a question for another day. I love Manaphy and Phione, though not because of the Pokemon themselves. Sure, they're cute and all, but I love them because of them just being the sea angel brought into the world of Pokemon. They have the same exact colors, the same red core in their eggs, or rather bodies, and they even migrate in a similar way to the way that Manaphy and Phione do. Manaphy is stated to be born on a cold seafloor. It will swim great distances to return to its birthplace. Meanwhile, Phione drifts in warm seas. It always returns to where it was born, no matter how far it may have drifted. In other words, they're moving pretty far over time as they drift throughout the sea back and forth, and Manaphy lays eggs through some process before they hatch into Phione, but even this isn't much of a mystery when we look at everything regarding sea angels. Because not only do they have the Latin name of Clyone Lemacina, or Lemacina, which is very close to Phione, Clyone, but they are also hermaphrodites, having both male and female productive organs, or reproductive organs, which would even lead into why Manaphy and Phione don't have a male or female gender, and why we've seen Manaphy referred to as both Prince and Princess of the Sea, depending on the medium which we see them in, which is primarily in the Pokemon Ranger games. I really wanted to find out, though, why Japanese people really love sea angels so much, but I couldn't find anything concrete, so I don't even know if they actually love them that much, or if it's just more of a rumor or an old thing. I could find generalizations like them being seen as graceful, majestic, or even pretty, that they were popular at one point, but I couldn't find a single story or legend about them, even by looking closer at Hokkaido's stories. Maybe I missed something and someone in the audience can let me know. For now though, we're going to move on to our next entry. I actually want to get the simple and underwhelming Pokemon out of the way and end on the last two really strong entries as we talk about Kubfu. Simply put, it was stated that they live in mountainous areas far away from the Galar region, although they lived in the region at some point. According to historical texts, Kubfu used to travel to uncharted lands with people as they went to trade or explore. Records suggest that the Kubfu living in the faraway mountains in the present day may have descended from the Kubfu that became naturalized in the distant lands they visited in the past. So they used to migrate quite a bit even in the past. As such, for some unknown reason though, we find that Kubfu are immigrating to other lands, not just migrating. It could be part of their journey to become masters of their fighting styles, or it could be that they are aiming for another goal. This other goal could be to purify spirits throughout the world, which is an ability that its evolution Urshifu is said to have. So maybe they act as a nomadic species that will have populations built up wherever they're needed most, or wherever they're most interested, such as on the Isle of Armor. Much like the legendary birds, the Genie Quartet, otherwise known as the Forces of Nature, Tornadus, Thundurus, Landorus, and Enamorus, are all migratory creatures. In fact, the entire purpose of them changing from their incarnate forms and into their Therian forms explains this. The incarnate forms are exactly as stated, the incarnations of nature itself, as they are kami, spirits of nature, representing the seasons in their own right. Tornadus is based on the Fujin, the kami of wind. Thundurus, Raijin, kami of thunder. Landorus, the deity of the land, which may refer to Inari, the kami of harvests. And Enamorus appears to be based on Ugajin, the kami of fertility, thus why it would represent spring. the time in which the winter thaws and plenty of creatures start making babies. It's directly stated that not only does Enamorus leave because it hates the cold, but also that these Pokemon take on their Therian forms in order to travel around the world faster. They cross entire oceans in these forms and will only transform back into their incarnate forms so they can rest, or just if they find a place that they want to stay, though they have a preference towards any of the places that they are worshipped at. After all, what kami can say no to a shrine dedicated to their honor? Our final entry for today is Shaman, a Pokemon that has a behavior that is described as flower carrying, though I will be honest, can't really remember where that term came from unless it really is from the Shaman in the Sky Warrior movie, which is also where we learned about the habits of Shaman groups. Once again, we don't have group names for Pokemon, so I'm going to call a group of Shaman a hedge. So then a hedge of Shaman will gather in fields all over the world before transforming and flying to their next destination. These Pokemon are closely tied to the Gracidia flower, a sign of thanks or gratefulness, which is why Shaman are the Pokemon of gratitude. But while they are closely tied to the flower in the anime and have at least an association with the rare flower in the games, we have more going on here. By starting in one field and then traveling to another, they literally are going through a process of not only migrating as a hedge, but also helping plants migrate through their seeds, because wherever they land is where they help seeds spread and causes the life there to flourish, primarily flowers. And what I love is that I recently found out that this isn't just a trait held by Shaman. For example, Eldegoss is noted to spread seeds around, but in Pokemon Snap, it is explained that they spread seeds of all kinds all over the world, which I guess technically this means that our final entry is Shaman and Eldegoss. Oops. Or at least wherever they rather travel for Eldegoss. And with this then, we can explain how Pokemon are able to not just survive, but be fully sustained and thrive within the world. Because they spread seeds from all kinds of plants and help them grow, they don't just spread spores or seeds from their own type of plant, helping herbivorous Pokemon get their fill of food. And back to Shaman then, with it gathering in fields and spreading flowers, then they have a massive effect on all sorts of other Pokemon. And that starts all the way down with the pollinators of the world. Pokemon exist worldwide, from Kanto to Kalos, Alola to Unova. They are everywhere, but do you know the hidden home regions of some of them are not the regions in which we find them? For example, you likely already know that Zigzagoon originally comes from Galar, but did you know that you cannot find Houndour or Houndoom in Johto, even though they were introduced in the second generation? Or how about Corphish actually being an invasive species that we don't know the home region of? Well, not only did I scour the Pokemon world to find information on these strange Pokemon, but I found a slew of almost 50 Pokemon that are foreign to the lands in which we first find them. And now I can bring to you the hidden home regions of them all. Hi there, I'm Krillic, and this is an idea I've had sitting around for a while, mainly because of Corphish, and let's just simply go through the list of Pokemon I have from region to region. Some are simply not originally found in the lands we might expect to find them, while others might be an invasive species, an imported species, whatever else. And to quickly explain, an invasive species is an introduced non-native organism, a disease, a parasite, a plant, or an animal that begins to spread or expand its range from the site of its original introduction, and that has the potential to cause harm to the environment, the economy, or to human health. Thank you, USGS.gov. But that is only going to be a small portion of what we really talk about with a lot of the Pokemon we have here, and in fact, the first Pokemon we're going to speak about is Rattata, because while Rattata may be a common Pokemon in a number of different regions, they are not common in Alola. In fact, according to Wildlife of Hawaii, and by double checking with the Department of Land and Resources, just like how Rattata is not native to Alola, mice are not native to Hawaii. The only terrestrial mammal that is native to Hawaii is the Hawaiian Horibat. All other land mammal species in Hawaii were introduced by humans. Mice and rats have been introduced to Hawaii and caused damage to native species and agricultural crops. And again, in perfect parallel to the real world, Rattata is believed to have stowed away on cargo ships to get to Alola, invading it and doing exactly as our real-life, real-world mice and rats have done. During its time in Alola, their population boomed until Yungoos and Gumshoos were imported as a control measure. In order to avoid these new predators, Rattata altered its habits. It moved more into urban areas, became nocturnal, and formed large nests led by their Raticates parallel. Each nest has an Alolan Raticate serving as their boss. So this is a thing that actually happened in real life, or rather happens in real life. And it is an incredibly delicate process. The idea of introducing a new species to cull the number of invasive species should itself hopefully not be an invasive species and not cause problems. In fact, once again, we have a perfect example of this going wrong in the cane toad. And don't worry, well, I like to throw in these special fun facts so you can see just how much Pokemon thought into this. Now, with cane toads, they were introduced to new regions in the 1930s to lower the population of destructive agricultural beetles. In Florida, they were introduced to control agricultural pests and sugarcane in the 1930s and 40s, and in Australia, they were introduced from Hawaii in June 1935 by the Bureau of Sugar Experiment Stations to control the native gray-backed cane beetle and French's beetle. It was believed that current populations are the result of escapees and releases by importers in the 1950s and 60s, and has since spread throughout all across all of northern western Australia. And it is an especially invasive species that do not have natural predators in their new areas, meaning these populations can continue to boom without slowing down. And now you can kind of see and understand how that relates to our Rattata or even invasive Pokemon in general. But let's keep learning about Alolan Rattata and its evolution. Alolan Rattata searches out fresh food by smell and ignores anything that is spoiled. The whiskers provide it with a keen sense of smell, allowing it to find hidden food instantly. Humans are known to use Alolan Rattata when they go shopping for fresh food. Imagine that. You walk into a store and you see somebody just walking their rat around as they just try to find the freshest ingredients in the store. I don't mind mice and rats personally because they aren't really all that filthy. They're more of a product of their environment, but allowing that to just kind of walk around and maybe even grab some of the food in front of you, especially when you know they're an invasive species, feels pretty wrong. Now, Alolan Rattata are more active when the sun sets. They're more nocturnal and will search for food in order to give it to their boss. It has even been known to sneak into people's homes to find food. They use their whiskers to locate the food in said homes, and there have been massive outbreaks in Alola due to this. Basically, they're getting a lot of food, they can support a larger population of their kind, and then they have a bunch of babies. What else is there to say? Now, as a result, it has become an issue of public concern for humans. Now, we will talk about Yungoos and its evolution soon enough because it is incredibly important and very interesting when we look at its real-life inspirations, but Alolan Rattata, again, is nocturnal, while Yungoos's line is diurnal, meaning that it's active during the day. Can you see the problem here? Because this means that originally Yungoos was the solution until Rattata switched to being nocturnal, and now we once again don't have a proper natural predator for it anymore, and it just continues to boom in population without being culled or properly resolved. This problem only gets worse when it does evolve into Alolan Raticate, and this variant uses its nest as a food stockpile, generally preferring to have the Alolan Rattata a command to go out and forage for food while it remains in the nest and just kinda eats. It just gets to be a couch potato. It is selective in what it eats, however, only eating fresh, high-quality foods such as fruits. And as a note, because of its diet of rich and likely fatty or very sugary fruits, Alolan Raticate has become a bit pudgier in comparison to its original form. It's got poor diet, it's just sitting around all the time, it's not doing anything, so, you kind of self-explanatory. Now, rumor has it that in World, a certain high-class restaurant even exploits this selectivity that Alolan Raticate has, bringing Raticate along to buy ingredients and letting it test new dishes. How does this taste, my ratty friend? Don't even do that. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Each Alolan Raticate has its own territory, and disputes over feeding grounds happen pretty frequently. But as if it couldn't get worse, this Pokemon not only invaded and adapted to the environment to become a beast that could not be controlled, but also became a totem Pokemon within Verdant's Cavern.
This is shown in the anime and in the Pokemon Moon games, and this has wild implications because this would be the equivalent of just walking in, kicking royalty out of the chair because the totem Pokemon are kinda worshipped while everyone just stares and goes, well, I guess this is our new king. Hail to the throne. Now, moving forward, we've already mentioned that Yungoos and Gumshoos were already brought to Alola from another region in order to bring down, or try to bring down, the population of Rattata. But here's the kicker here. Where would they have actually naturally learned to hunt down Rattata? Because while Yungoos is found in Paldea, Rattata is not. This is incredibly important, and even the Pokemon games know this because, by comparison, Marini and Galar does not know to eat Corsola because they don't know how tasty they are. All because, I mean, Galarian Corsola is already dead and is the only native Pokemon in those lands because, you know, global warming did happen in Galar, canonically by all means, climate change and all that stuff, and it died. It became bleached coral. So as such, while Yungoos are now brought into Alola, being imported there, we have yet to find out what region both Yungoos and Rattata live in that they would have been imported from and would have been an aggressive natural predator as they are claimed to be. Because again, it's not Paldea. Maybe we'll find out in the future generations, maybe we won't. Who knows? After all, Plankton have been around since Generation 1, and yet we still have not even seen a Pokemon inspired by Plankton. I really need that. Pokemon Company, if for some reason you ever talk to me and let me, you know, throw out a Pokemon, I'm choosing Plankton. Now, moving on with Yungoos proper, it is noted to have a voracious appetite because most of its body is dominated by its stomach. I've always assumed that this simply means that it has a much larger stomach, which makes the most sense. It is also noted to have teeth that are strong enough to crush and consume the hardest of objects, which it's not eating rocks, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's sitting down and eating crustacean shells for some extra calcium. It patrols its own territory for food until it passes out from exhaustion, and its own territory is chosen based on safety for this Pokemon, so it could just pass out wherever it wants. It prefers a fresh hunt, and eventually will become better at its stakeouts and patience as it evolves into Gumshoos, who hunts by waiting patiently along its prey's known travel routes and pouncing when the unsuspecting prey comes along. And due to that tenacious personality and ability to withstand intense hunger, it's able to wait for its prey for long periods without eating. So you have this Pokemon that's incredibly durable. Usually, and as we go along, you'll find out that many of our invasive species or Pokemon that can travel from one region to another, even if they're not native there, are species of Pokemon that are more durable. They can withstand different temperatures. They can withstand trying to find different types of food. Maybe they're more aggressive creatures, and that's why this Pokemon works, and if it was let into other regions, we'd have a pretty big problem. And while its favorite prey is Alolan Rattata and Raticate, or rather, Rattata and Raticate itself, not the Alolan variants, it more often encounters and preys upon Pokemon such as Squavit with ease. And, at least within the Pokemon Sun games, it is the totem Pokemon. Theoretically speaking, I guess you could say both the Rattata lines and the Yungoos lines could be totem Pokemon in the same universe if they never encounter each other, but that's pretty unlikely. They have some time in which they're able to interact with each other. And, you know, the really, like, cool and the best part about all this is, apparently, in their real world, they did try to bring mongoose to Hawaii to resolve the mice and rat problem. The story I was able to find is as follows. In 1872, Big Island sugar planters uncovered an article on Caribbean sugar growers' success in controlling their rat problem. Sugar planters there had introduced a mongoose from India into their fields. This supposedly was successful in significantly reducing the sugarcane damage caused by rats. Initially, 72 mongoose from Jamaica were brought in and were raised. Their offspring were shipped to plantations on other islands. I'm sorry, I don't know why. I pre-read this when I was doing the research, but I wasn't expecting to see Jamaica here again, so it just threw me way off and it made me giggle, I'm sorry. But they were sent off to plantations on other islands, first Maui, then Molokai, and finally Oahu. I really hope I said the last one right. However, none were introduced on the island of Kauai. not everyone on Big Island was in favor of bringing in the mongooses. They felt there should be more research on how mongoose were faring in the war on rats in the Caribbean, and that the research should be completed prior to bringing the animals. Unfortunately, those warnings were unheeded. So the mongoose were brought to Hawaii and released in the fields to kill the rats. However, there was a small problem. Rats are nocturnal animals, meaning they're only awake at night. I mean, okay, the story does say that, but they're not all nocturnal. I'm just gonna make that note here. But anywho, continuing on with what they wrote, mongoose are only awake during the day, so the two never came in contact with each other. This is the exact story of Rattata and Yungoos lines, and we have yet another Pokemon on top of all of this that should be from India, or a Pokemon version of India, based on this information. And trust me, when I say we have yet another, there are more Pokemon that were likely brought in to other regions in which we find them for the first time from India. And we'll talk about them later, don't you worry. Vulpix and Ninetales. Now, I won't be discussing every single variant, but a number of them are quite relevant, such as the case we have here with Vulpix and Ninetales. Alolan Vulpix is believed to have arrived in the region at the same time as humans, but moved to the snow-capped mountain to avoid other Pokemon. It can be found in small packs called skulks, just like in real life, that are led and protected by Ninetales. The Alolan Vulpix can expel breath as cold as -58 degrees Fahrenheit, -50 Celsius, which is capable of freezing anything. While it is not suited to warmer environments, its tail can produce ice to lower the surrounding temperature if needed. So this is very strange, because sure, you can have an animal adapt to an environment or have its coat change. This would be done over many generations, and you'd have, you know, the animals that are able and more suited to the new environment, to the changing land, to the prey that are in the area, slowly become the new species, quote unquote, that is adapted towards these lands. And Pokemon, due to evolution in their own way, just kind of circumvents this process pretty quickly. Especially as Vulpix here completely changes its typing and abilities from that of fire to ice. Now, most elemental Pokemon do have some sort of organ, fire organ, electric organ, ice organ, you name it. It's in a couple of them, not in every single entry. And in the case of Darumaka, for a great example, we see exactly that when the seismic shift in Galar occurred. It had caused them to adapt to the new colder climate. But why did Vulpix shift? Because Darumaka, again, directly states its organ changed to emit cold rather than heat, now that the world has changed around it. But Vulpix doesn't state anything about a fire organ or anything along those lines. But if we look at the inspiration of Vulpix's line for some details, we may find some good information. So let's look at the Kitsune, or the story of them, their behavior, and anything else as told by yokai.com. There are two major variations of Kitsune. Holy foxes are servants of the Shinto deity Inari, and Inari shrines are decorated with statues and images of these foxes. Legends tell of celestial foxes providing wisdom or service to good and pious humans. These holy foxes act as messengers of the gods and mediums between the celestial and human worlds. They often protect humans or places, provide good luck, and ward evil spirits away. More common are the wild foxes, which delight in mischief, pranks, or evil. There are stories in which wild foxes trick or even possess humans and cause them to behave strangely. Despite this wicked nature, even wild foxes keep their promises, remember friendships, and repay any favors done for them. This is actually incredibly reminiscent of not only Ninetales, but also Zora/Zoroark. And this, of course, is because Zora is more closely inspired by the Kitsune in terms of their trickster side, the transformations, the quote-unquote magic. But let's continue with what we can find out about the Kitsune. Most tales of the Kitsune are about wild foxes punishing wicked priests, greedy merchants, and boastful drunkards. They vex their targets by creating phantom sounds and sights, stealing from them, or otherwise humiliating them publicly. Certain mental disorders have been attributed to possession by Kitsune, known as Kitsunetsuki. Mysterious illusory fires and strange lights in the sky are said to be caused by their magic and are known as kitsunebi, oh my goodness, or fox fire. Kitsune are extremely intelligent and powerful shapeshifters, frequently harassing humans by transforming into giants or other fearsome monsters. Sometimes they do this just for pranks, and sometimes for more nefarious purposes. Again, that last part is more like Zorua, but we get that fire idea, the fox fires, coming in from the Ninetales side. They are skilled enough to even transform into likeness or exact likeness of individual people, often appearing in the guise of beautiful human women in order to trick young men. On more than one occasion, this has resulted in a marriage with an unwitted man. Some Kitsune even spend most of their lives in human form, adopting human names and customs, taking human jobs, and even raising families. When startled or drunk or careless, a patch of their magical disguise can fail. The Kitsune's true nature may be revealed by a tail, a swatch of fur, fangs, or some other vulpine feature. Also, the whole idea of like the Moshi Mosh on the phone was, I'm pretty sure, because foxes are said to be unable to say that due to the shape of their mouths. So if you wanted to make sure you were talking to someone that wasn't a Kitsune, you would say Moshi Mosh to them. Also, what do you do at that point if you find out that your significant other that you've been married to for years and years, decades potentially even, was just a Kitsune the whole time? Like, oh no, I have a loving family. Oh no, my life was fantastic. I'm really the loser here, aren't I? Like, I don't know. If my fiance told me that she were a Kitsune, I would just accept it, I think. Just never turn into a fox, please. That is an animal. No. No. Acrylic VA does not support that stuff. Anywho, moving on, if Vulpix didn't simply go through traditional evolution in order to live in these lands, then it is likely using some sort of all that good Kitsune magic. And an old local name for Alolan Vulpix is Keo, referring to its white pelt. Weavile is known to be a natural predator of it, and as mentioned in Pokemon Sleep, it prefers to sleep in freezing cold places. Whenever its resting spot starts to warm up, it'll use its cold breath to change the surrounding area into a more comfortable temperature. So while Vulpix was technically invasive, the aggressive Weavile was there to prey upon it. Once again, we get an aggressive predator that will hunt down anything that just enters its territory. And I'm going to be real here, one could potentially argue that Weavile is an invasive, as free roam and feral cats are considered invasive species to any area that they go to, but at the same time, Weavile is not meant to represent a domesticated cat. Either way, Vulpix is not as much of an invasive species here. In fact, we might even be able to argue it isn't really invasive at all, because what makes it most interesting is that it has adapted to truly be a part of Alola's ecosystem, especially once it evolves into Alolan Ninetales. This is because it gains the fairy typing, a typing which is usually represented by the supernatural, aliens, or creatures that have something to do with the ebb and flow of life itself. And in the case of Alolan Ninetales, it connects with the sacred lands of Mount Mauna Kea, otherwise known as Mountain Lanakila within Alola itself. This is because Lanakila is representative of Mount Mauna Kea, the highest point in Hawaii. And according to the Office of Hawaiian Affairs, Mauna Kea is a deeply sacred place that is revered in Hawaiian traditions. It's regarded as a shrine for worship, as a home to the gods, and as the Piko, please somebody correct me, Piko, of Hawaii Island. So with this in mind, we can now look at Alolan Ninetales and see how this real world knowledge, all of it really comes together, inspiring it, considering this mountain is where they are said to live. Alolan Ninetales lives on Alola snow-capped Mount Lanakila, which some consider holy ground. As such, it is revered as a sacred messenger or deity. Again, immediately we're seeing these ties. Alolan Ninetales has a gentle and calm temperament. It is known to aid lost humans in distress, though this is primarily done to keep them out of its territory. It will also punish any threat to its pack of Vulpix. Those who anger it will be frozen stiff in an instant. It can produce ice crystals from its fur, which it can use for both offense and defense. The ice crystals can act as a shield or form balls that can be fired like bullets with enough force to shatter rock. Can you get one of those out there, like a Gatling gun? That'd be terrifying. It can be seen sparkling in its sleep while it bathes the area around it with powdery snow. So now that we've actually gone through it, it's pretty cut and dry all in all, But again, you can see those strong connections between the variants, their inspirations, and just the real world, which is the whole purpose of this. But speaking of invasive cats, how about we talk about the feral cats, or cat, that is Alolan Meowth. Because it's directly stated that Meowth was introduced to Alola as a gift to royalty. The luxurious royal lifestyle soon led it to diverging from its origins and becoming the selfish, prideful, and cunning Alolan variant. As a result, its new pride has also made them impulsive and fickle by nature. It will turn hysterical if its coin or pride are besmirched, and due to the actions of humans in Alola, its population increased in numbers. But, of course, when the monarchy fell, the rare Alolan Meowth went feral and eventually grew as common in Alola as anywhere else. Now, it is known to be very famously difficult to train due to their arrogant nature, and despite this, it is also very popular with some trainers who enjoy giving it a lot of attention. That's pretty much every single cat, you know, they could be fickle. Oh, but I love you. That's just me to both of the cats that I have in my house every single day. I love you, please come to me. And then they just smack me or something like that. It's okay. They like getting pet and they will come straight to me when they're ready. But either way, it's pretty cut and dry all in all. And at least with this Meowth, we get to see it was likely inspired by the British Shorthair, otherwise known as the British Blue, which is a cat that was selectively bred for their large and rounded head and pronounced quote-unquote smile. Remember everyone, don't keep it in the family. That's how you increase the risk of health problems rather than combating them. Otherwise, this is literally what we talked about with domestic cats, or rather cats going feral and being an invasive species, as I mentioned with Weavile. Another Pokemon that we do have that is a variant may in fact be a Pokemon that originates from Alola rather than being an invasive species. Had to give them a break somehow, right? Alola's got a lot of problems going on with invasives all over the place. This Pokemon is Exeggcute, who we would only find out from Alolan Exegcutor's information. Due to the abundance of sunlight in the Alolan region, the Exegcutor that live there grow over 5 times taller than those in other regions. The region is considered to be the best environment for Alolan Exegcutor, and ancient carvings and murals depict this Pokemon. So this had actually eluded me for probably about a year somehow, because assuming there are no other murals or carvings depicting Exegcutor, or rather this incredibly tall Exegcutor or otherwise that predate these, this is the origin home of these Pokemon species. And with these being coconuts, we can see pretty easily how they would have spread throughout the world if people grew an interest in them as they did in real life. The only downside then is that they were not receiving the sunlight they needed in order to grow as much as they normally would in lands outside of Alola. And because of this reason, because of its ability to grow so much taller in Alola, it is considered the pride of Alola by its natives. Alolans take pride in its appearance, claiming this is what it should look like. Its extra height makes it the tallest and heaviest grass-type Pokemon that we know of currently. And it can be found on Exeggcute Island, a former trial site in Alola, which is not only shaped like an Exegcutor, but contains many wild Exegcutor, giving the island its name. So, you know, you'd probably have to predate the creation of this island. But what's scary about this Pokemon in general, at least within the Pokemon Adventures manga, is that they're depicted as being able to form entire moving forests with Oddish as well. This may be a reference to the walking palm, which looks like it might walk at any point as its body is held up by a slew of stems, which look like root-based octopus legs, but they don't. People just really believe that they would move, of course, and would even be like, oh, did you see it? As they, you know, come back the next day. Ultimately, they aren't really invasive to my knowledge, as they don't overtake other trees and other lands, and they're not competing with anything. And we do have bird Pokemon such as Pidgeotto trying to eat Exeggcute at the very least. I just realized I just named off a bunch of Alolan Pokemon, but they're earlier in the Pokédex, so bear with me. Now we move on to Rhyhorn. And this one's strange because you could argue that it is native to the lands since it is right on the cusp. Its locations have changed with the Let's Go games, which is something I'll talk about a number of times, and we may just not be finding it on routes since it is a mountain dweller. And this Rhyhorn is only originally found on Victory Road, but since the Let's Go games, we can now find it in the Rock Tunnel and Cerulean Cave as well. What makes this most interesting is that at least within those games, we come to the understanding that the Let's Go games take place after the original adventures of Red and Blue, as Blue himself states that the Pokédex did not exist when he started out on his own original adventure. But something that makes all of this strange and kind of breaks the timelines is Mina being here, the trial captain from Pokemon Sun and Moon. But she's a child. Unless, you know, she's like the younger sister and it's like a Nurse Joy situation and everyone's named Mina in her family. I don't know. There's a lot of questions being raised here, and I might have to dig into that on a later date when I tackle the Pokemon timelines one day, especially as it may lean into who I think may have been the Deadfaller in Alola, but I digress. What we could be seeing here is simply one of two scenarios, one being where Rhyhorn really aren't native to Kanto itself, or Johto originally, but they have grown in population and territory over time. The other scenario is, of course, that they were always meant to be in Kanto, but that's a bit boring in my personal opinion, especially when they are still only on Victory Road in Gold, Silver, Crystal, and only in the Safari Zone in Fire Red and Leaf Green. So you had plenty of time to try and figure out where you would actually want it to be, but only in the Let's Go games, decidedly set in the future, did their numbers or population within routes or areas change. And to my surprise, there is a rhino in Japan called the Japanese Greater One-Horned Rhino, and while rhinos look fairly similar across the board, to me at least, Rhyhorn seems to match the build of this lad pretty well. One of these rhinos were caught and transferred to Tama Zoo in 1958. It was named Tamao. A second rhino, being a female, was imported in 1961, and to bring all of this full circle, Kanto is based on the real Kanto region in Japan. Commercially oriented Celadon City and Saffron City are based on the sprawling city of Tokyo, the most important economic center of Japan. And where is the Safari Zone? Not in Celadon, nor Saffron, but it's just unfortunately, you know, north of Fuchsia. So, you know, all that build up only to find out that our comparison is so close yet so far away. So, while they are eventually shown to be naturally occurring animals in Kanto and Johto's ecosystem amongst others, it is very fun to find these comparisons. Short and sweet, Mr. Mime is not found anywhere in Kanto, again, unless you're looking at the Let's Go games. I have genuinely no real understanding of how that works ecologically. I have no idea the culture of mimes throughout all of this, so I'm simply just going to move on to the next trio, which kind of breaks my order a little bit, as it's going to be Staryu, Clefairy, and LGM, you know, from Generation 5. Just mix it in here. And you should probably already know that these are all not native to even the planets of Pokemon Earth, and if you don't, that's okay. Let's talk about them. Now, when the sun goes down, Staryu's core glows its brightest. Many Staryu will float from the seafloor to the surface and align themselves with the stars of the night sky as their core flickers, displaying a connection with the celestial bodies of space. During the ends of summer, groups of Staryu tend to gather while lighting up in a steady rhythm. They can be found at the very bottom of the ocean, on sea floors, and there are times, however, when it finds itself in rivers that lead into the ocean, as seen in Pokemon Snap. But before we discuss this info, let's read up on Starmie next, as from its core, it can emit electrical waves that are powerful enough to reach the furthest parts of the universe. The multicolor glowing of its core is also believed to be a method of communication with other members of its species. And as seen in the Pokemon the series The Beginning episode, The Water Flowers of Cerulean City, the core will go dark if it is knocked unconscious, and will sometimes flicker if it is low on health. Because of its body shape and habit of sending transmissions skyward, some people truly believe this Pokemon to be extraterrestrial. It has been known to cause headaches on people when approached. It is rarely seen in the wild, since it does cause or require an evolution stone to evolve, but can be found in the deepest parts of the ocean. It feeds by absorbing tiny plankton into its body while swimming, and it's preyed upon by Luminion. So there's something really odd about all of this. Luminion feeds on it. This could just be because Staryu and Starmie have been visiting our planet for an incredibly long amount of time, and as such, other Pokemon may have grown used to it. After all, Fairy Pokemon were all originally going to be considered alien species, yet they are also found in such large amounts on our planet, and we just kind of accept them as if they did belong on the planet originally. Now, I'm against the idea of considering Luminian an alien species, as there's no real evidence pointing towards that, and so let's move forward understanding or with the idea that Staryu and Starmie have just visited our lands for so long, and begin dissecting Staryu's duo here. Because when Staryu is in its shiny form, its body's outside of the core, or its arms, is stark white, just like a star in the sky is often portrayed to be. In contrast, Starmie is purple at the center, copper, and then blue for its arms. So here's my hypothesis that we have going on here. Staryu may exist in space somewhere out there in their shiny form, but they have the ability to come down to a planet for water and plankton amongst any other microscopic life they may wish to eat. Their evolution into Starmie allows them to blend better with their watery environments that they may land upon within any plant. And to follow all of this, it is at least shown in the anime that these Pokemon can run out of water, and they need to absorb water from their environment in order to use their moves. Meaning that they kind of need water, but don't need to exist within it in order to survive. It isn't really much of a final nail in a coffin, I must admit, because there are a number of other Earthborn Pokemon that need to absorb water for use, and don't just use their biological energy, Pokemon energy, bioenergy, whatever, in order to create it. Though, as one final note, in the Pokemon Adventures manga, Starmie is given a vital point where it is sent to the stars above to send a message across the ocean to Yellow and the rest of our protagonists. And as Misty claims out loud, that long ago, travelers used the stars to show them the way, and for Starmie to be her guiding light. So, take all of this as you will. Maybe it is truly from space, maybe it's not. How this functions, we don't really know, but it is fun nevertheless, and we can hope that we find out one day. As for Clefairy, it is very much another Pokemon that has been confirmed to come from space for a very long time, especially when we look at the anime, where we see them with a working spaceship. They derive inspiration from the moon rabbit and even worship the moon itself, so this one's pretty straightforward. And of course, LGM is a literal alien from space, but it seems to enjoy any other tower or mountain as it is closer to space itself. As we do move on, there's the part where I get to tell you to tell me your thoughts or even arguments on anything that I'm saying. I'm one person, so I'm sure there are things that I'm going to miss or may not even know about our real world, and while you're at it, maybe talk about some cool, invasive species facts or animal facts in general, or space facts, since we're talking about space, recently. This is also the perfect time for me to say thank you for watching, and how comments and watch time are the best way to help a channel grow freely and help a video reach a wider audience, because YouTube says it directly. But if you'd like to go the extra mile and get perks such as behind the scenes updates, early access to videos, and hearing your name shouted out at the end of every single video, then become a member for as little as $3 a month, as that helps the channel immensely and ensures I can take the time necessary to deep dive with real science and research for videos just like this, and even improve quality. Either way you choose, once again, thank you for watching, and on with the video. Despite existing in the original game, Scyther can only be found in the Safari Zone until Gold and Silver, where it's found in the National Park Bug Catching Contest. And based on what we see in the National Park, that is actually just directly translated as the Nature Park, which means this place is completely manicured and not a nature preserve. This also means that the Pokemon found here are not entirely natural, doubly so once again for Scyther, who is only found during the bug catching contest itself. So if Scyther isn't naturally found in Kanto or Johto, then where is it naturally found? At least within the main games, we don't see it occur naturally until we encounter it on Route 229 within Sinnoh. It can also be found on Route 21 in Kalos, Pony Plains in Alola, in Galar, Hisui, and then in Paldea. There is another exception though, as once again, when we look at the Let's Go games, Scyther can be found on routes 14 and 15. This means we can attribute the idea that maybe their populations were either incredibly low, or they found their way into these regions, and due to their violent nature, in which only Spidops has been noted to be able to contest with, they were able to spread uncontested. Of course, with any of these, we can always just assume that the Pokemon we run into are not indicative of an entire region from their route. but these routes are meant to serve as a representation of every area within the region, especially when we do get 1% chance encounters of Pokemon such as Kecleon when we look at the Hoenn region. So there's a very good chance that Scyther was not only rare, but may have actually had little to no population within Kanto originally, and over time, it increased in population, or they migrated over by the time the Let's Go games came about. And what makes this all that much more interesting is that Scizor can be found in the wild within Galar, or in the Totem Fight as it assists Kommo-o, the latter of which does shed metal scales that could have caused a Scyther to evolve. All while Kleavor is one I don't really want to make any assumptions on, as it did show up in the anime of Pokemon Horizons, and I haven't really watched any of that yet. I will eventually, and when I do, you'll know. There's going to be a lot of information that I could share for it, I'm sure, but I digress, as I don't see much more to explore here, and instead we can move on to our next Pokemon. Another easy one is finding that Electabuzz are only found in the power planets within Kanto, but are on routes 10 within Johto. And as a reminder, I'm not really listing off every region that every Pokemon can be found in, we're just seeing what Pokemon are not native to the regions we originally found them. And in the case of Electabuzz, it was likely drawn to the power plant as it was abandoned and then made into a nest by many Pokemon that consume electricity. One Pokemon that at least draws energy from electricity being Zapdos. And we could extend this into Elekid if we want, and if we do, then we can only get an Elekid if we breed Electabuzz. We do not find them in the wild, though to me this feels a little unfair to consider. I will admit even further that I found Elekid do not appear in the wild until we get to Sinnoh on Route 205. But that's only if you have Pokemon Fire Red in your console, so I can't science that one now. That's alternate universe type stuff. That's the only explanation. This would also mean that if you are to consider Elekid, then it does not appear naturally on a route until you get to Oris, and find it in the Mirage Mountain, south of Route 129, or even Route 12, Blush Mountain, or Mount Hokulani within Alola, all depending on which one you really want to consider the first natural encounter, quote unquote. They're all attracted to electricity and magnetism, so not finding them in so many of our other lands or regions is perfectly understandable. They might be running around underground into places that are similar to Chargestone Cave, or any other mountains or magnetic or highly electric areas that they're often driven out of because of humanity or whatever other reason you can think of. Our parallel to Electabuzz would be Magmar, who we do not find in a natural wild area until we get to Mount Silver Cave within Crystal's version of Johto. Otherwise, very similarly to Electabuzz, it seems to be paying a visit to the Pokemon Mansion within Pokemon Blue due to the place being a miasma of ash, soot, and general pollution. This is not only because of the fires that raged inside, but also because Rattata, Grimer, and Coughing Lions just roam free inside the mansion. The whole place is just one massive biohazard. The most polluted locations within Pokemon might be a cool video. I'm gonna have to explain all of our poison Pokemon with that one. Now, yes, Magmar is then only found naturally within the Sevi Islands, and when we look at its Pokédex info, we can begin to understand where they come from and where they like to live, which helps explain all of this. As they are found near the mouth of a volcano, this fire breather's body temperature is nearly 2200 degrees Fahrenheit. It dislikes cold places, so it blows scorching flames to make the environment suitable for itself. So it being found inside the caves of a mountain or a volcano lines up perfectly, especially once you start to dive deep underground, because whether there's magma or not, the deeper you go, the more pressure and heat there is, meaning there is a massive chance that deep beneath our feet at any time we may have Magmar's line just roaming about. So long story short, technically anywhere where there is a volcano or mountain, otherwise even the meeting of convergent or divergent tectonic plates, we may find Magmar. It is not resident to any specific region, theoretically speaking. We have yet another Pokemon that doesn't even appear in Kanto in the anime, as Pinsir may debut in Generation 1, but is not found in the wild until Route 229 in Sinnoh, specifically within the Pearl and Platinum games. when we look at the Japanese stag beetle in real life, it is said to be found throughout Japan, specifically Hokkaido, Honshu, Shikoku, Kyushu, Sado Island, Tsushima, and Yaku Island. And of course, Generation 4 Sinnoh has been said to be an island like Hoenn rather than a peninsula, and it is based on the northernmost major island of Japan, Hokkaido, part of Sakhalin and Kunishir Island. So somehow, of course, once again, we have Pinsir originating from Sinnoh, but making its way over to Kanto and Johto over time, which is even exemplified and supported by it appearing where? On Route 14 and 15 within the Let's Go games, which we could make the claim that with Sinnoh and Johto being two regions that are connected to each other, that they just simply went and moved from Sinnoh to Johto, then over to Kanto over the course of many years, which migration in Pokemon, we might be able to use, again, a lot of the speculative science using real-life info to try and find out migration patterns, whether they're permanent or temporary, over the course of the Pokemon timeline, which would be pretty fun, I think. Either way, I've spoken plenty about stag beetles in my other videos, so let's move on to our next subject. Our livestock, known as Tauros, breaks things a little bit. Because from what I could find, wild bulls are around Japan, but I couldn't find anything concrete other than understanding there are 6 native Japanese cattle breeds, so take what I'm about to say with a grain of salt. These 6 are the Japanese Black, Japanese Brown, Shorthorn, Polled, Mishima, and Kuchinoshima, and all of those vary in distribution throughout Japan. We can see Tauros only appears in the wild once we get to Route 38 and 39 in Johto, and Johto is often described to be the Pokemon world's parallel to Kansai and Western Chubu, and the Japanese black cattle seems to have distribution in both Kansai and then the Chugoku regions, amongst other regions. So we have Kansai matching at the very least, and while I would love to attribute the idea of Paldean Tauros having the black color to match Tauros here, that's not really the parallel to my knowledge. That's not the inspiration for Paldean Tauros. This, ultimately, I must admit, is going to be a bit loose in terms of its ties, because in the end, it's just a bull, a creature that, in the Pokemon world, is used as livestock alongside Miltank, and it's going to be really hard to pinpoint for 100% sure its origins and how they have been distributed throughout the world in regards to farming or even just natural distribution. 2 Pokemon that are invasive species would be Magikarp and Feebas. This all stems from their ability to withstand living in any environment. A long-lived Magikarp is able to utilize its immense splashing power to leap high enough to scale mountains. It has a strong enough immune system to survive in the most polluted of waters. However, it is usually overlooked by trainers because of its perceived weakness. Even in the heat of battle, it will do nothing but flop around. It is believed that the ancestors of it were actually much stronger than modern Magikarp, and this led scientists to research their species. In the anime, we can even see that Magikarp can withstand flying up into space and crashing back down, surviving re-entry into our atmosphere and acting like it just fell down some stairs at the absolute worst. Though, at least it did tear up at the beauty of reaching space. And I will say, if it jumped at you from a 5-foot distance with the same energy needed to make it into space, and instead made contact with you, that instant release of energy would be roughly the same as 603 giganewtons, which is stronger than, the Fat Man Bomb. What makes them invasive is not that other Pokemon don't eat them, but rather it is their ability to survive in literally any environment. This means that if they do wind up in an area in which they don't have the natural predators, then Magikarp will eventually overpopulate and take complete control of said area. They would bring about filth and disease through simple release of waste because, yes, Pokemon do poop, as we see in a number of dex entries and comments made throughout the games, and if nobody is around to clean that up, then we end up with some nasty, murky water that no other creature will survive in. That is, until we look at Feebas, who is another incredibly hardy creature. Feebas is famous for its shabby appearance and is considered the shabbiest Pokemon. Due to its poor appearance, it is largely ignored by predators, trainers, and researchers alike. However, this hardy Pokemon is capable of eating anything and living anywhere. It is often found in oceans and weed-choked ponds, even if only a little water is available. So I did a lot of water research, a lot of water analysis for sulfur, oxygen, you name it. And here's the fun thing about that. If it's living in those types of areas, no sunlight, low oxygen, it's murky, you're probably getting other particulate matter that might harm any other creature, and Feebas just exists, has no problem with it whatsoever. And it does state, as a final point, once found, its dull wits make it easy to capture. So Feebas is theoretically more invasive than Magikarp. The only difference is that it somehow seems to not reproduce nearly as often. And it isn't until we get into Unova that we finally find that it isn't restricted to a specific number of fishing spots within a body of water. What's also interesting is that in Unova, it is the only region so far that does not have naturally occurring wild Magikarp. I wanted to chalk this up to Feebas and Magikarp somehow having an antagonistic nature with each other, but that's not the case, as it does seem you can find them in Hoenn within Oris on the same route. Either way, it may be impossible to tell for sure where either of these fish may originate from due to their hardy natures, but we at least know Magikarp is not from Unova. And to add one final very interesting note to this, in another moment of amazing information, Asian carp, which is the inspiration for Magikarp, is invasive in New York. According to New York Invasive Species Information Site, in North America, the term Asian carp typically refers to two species of invasive fish introduced from Asia: the big-head or big-headed carp, Hippopotas nobili, I don't know why I even tried, and the silver carp, I'm not gonna try. These carp are native to China. They were originally imported into the southern United States in the 1970s to provide an inexpensive, fast-growing addition to fresh fish markets. They also served to help keep aquaculture facilities clean. By the 1980s, the carp were found in natural waters in the Mississippi River Basin. As they have moved north through the basin, they have overwhelmed the Mississippi and Illinois river systems, where Asian carp now make up more than 95% of the biomass in some areas. So whoever is trying to import Magikarp into the area is messing up, and if we ever get a third game to the Black-White series, I expect to see Magikarp freely roaming around. Pokemon that I would argue is probably one of the most invasive of them all, if they actually had an impact on the environment, is Ditto, and it doesn't. This is pretty cut and dry, considering that many speculate that they originate from the Burned Mansion in the attempts to create Mewtwo, but there really is no actual evidence, and it has been directly confirmed to not be the case within an old interview, with the exception of the increase in population that Ditto have there. The other chambers we find there in the Let's Go games are likely a reference to Amber 2, Squirtle 2, Bulbasaur 2, and Charmander 2, who had all passed away during the creation of Mewtwo. If you want to find out more about that, check out my Iceberg series, because that has over 12 hours of theories and deep dives that can't be made into singular multi-hour long videos like this. But to continue on Ditto, it can literally match the molecular structure of any Pokemon. It can then allow itself to just fit in wherever it wants, and can just photosynthesize for food if it so wishes. Honestly, when editing this, I'm probably using the one shot where one Exeggcutor egg turns into a Ditto and just waltzes away. It invaded the family and now it's just gone. Either way, Ditto is such an anomaly that it theoretically isn't even an invasive species, as it doesn't cause any harm to the environment that we know of. At worst, there's the Ditto 5 and Alola, who have impersonated people and will attack us when we find them out, but that's a very, very special case. Assuming there aren't any more intelligent Ditto out there pretending to make multi-hour long videos on YouTube to spread misinformation about Ditto and other Dittos, you know, we should be fine, because I would be silly, you know. But I digress. The day that Ditto decides to start eating other Pokemon is the day that we have the most invasive species on our hand that humanity would have no choice but to just accept the existence of. This is something that has happened in real life with a number of invasive species in the real world, as it's just, unfortunately, not possible to control them all after some have begun to spread due to the mistakes of humanity. A rare Pokemon that has garnered the attention of many individuals and is otherwise only hinted at being caught in the wild once within Kanto by Professor Oak within the Pokemon Yellow games is Eevee. the next time we would see it in or near the wild would be within the trophy garden, which is explained by the following, as the man who runs it is apparently a compulsive liar, and he will repeatedly insist that Pokemon appear in his gardens despite not even those Pokemon residing within the region. His butler, who serves him well, covers up for his lies, importing said Pokemon into the garden and allowing the player to catch rare Pokemon not found elsewhere in Sinnoh. This is often, in the games, at least very helpful in completing the National Pokédex. But the dude is literally out here saying, oh yes, my garden is so amazing, it brings in the unicorns. And when you go back, the butler is just painting a Rapidash to mark its, or to match its Galarian form. Don't know how it painted the flames, I'm not going to ask questions. But to go further, we don't encounter a wild Eevee until we reach Route 10 in Kalos, or on Route 16 of Hoenn, within Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire. The only other areas in which Eevee is naturally encountered is of course in the Let's Go games, Galar, Hisui, and Paldea. And that's not even to talk about any of its evolutions, which I'm not even going to go over, as those are even rarer. But I will say it's at least really cool to see that in Alola, you can have an Eevee that SOS calls during the day for an Espeon, or SOS calls at night for an Umbreon. So by all means, these Pokemon are at least assisting each other in the wild, and are at least partially communal. It's not really an invasive Pokemon, as especially it seems as though even when Vaporeon encounters a Huntail in the wild, that the Huntail tries to eat it, though again, that might be because Huntail is very aggressive. There's not a lot to compare Eevee to in this manner. It's a weird fox, dog, cat that's super rare, and so we can just, or should really, just move on. A Pokemon we find in limited numbers, likely because the ecosystem can only sustain so many of them, is Snorlax. But despite this, there are 1 or 2 Snorlax in every single region except for Hoenn. So to dive into this a little better, we need to look at where we can naturally run into Munchlax, because they are found in honey trees, specifically within Sinnoh, and thanks to it being understood to be again on the same landmass as Johto and Kanto, we can now understand how Snorlax was able to appear. Simply put, Munchlax goes off on its journey eating everything in sight, and eventually it may travel over to Johto and Kanto, as it's kind of forced to with no other food in the area, where it would eventually serve as a far more devastating Pokemon in those regions that people are typically not prepared to handle. This is why people seem to just accept that there's nothing to do about Snorlax blocking the pathway, and that you, as the player, should just go around. This would also explain why they are not in Hoenn, because it is its own separate island. I mean, yeah, they're in Alola, but that's a different story we would have to assume. We can find them on Route 1 there, and in every region naturally from then on, except Paldea. Even Kitakami seems to have Munchlax roaming around the lands. Through this, we can understand that these Pokemon, Munchlax and Snorlax, are invasive without a single doubt in my mind. Even when they aren't invasive, they still actually are, because they're a threat to the environment or economy, as they block roads and eat every bit of food within the area. This can include Pokemon and their food, causing a food scarcity. This is also not limited to Pokemon and their food, as Snorlax in the past is directly noted to have eaten entire granaries within Hisui. That's horrifying, as those granaries are supposed to be there to help people live through harsh winters and ensure that if a disease comes through and wipes out the farms they still have seed that they can use and won't starve. So yeah, pretty disruptive to everything, and we are doing the world a favor by catching them. I will say though, it eating all there is, even rotting food, is very helpful as a cleanup and a reset button for nature as well, so it's not like we could just get rid of them. They are necessary creatures. The entire Togepi line is, first off, one of my favorite Pokemon of all, but it is also a Pokemon that is so incredibly rare. A Togepi egg is gifted to us originally from an assistant who had received it from Mr. Pokemon, and even he originally received it from the Kimono Girls, and those Kimono Girls are basically lore keepers of Lugia and Ho-Oh in their own right. Now, I won't get into the crazy intricacies of this, as again, it's another idea I spoke of in depth on my Iceberg series, but the only times we receive it not from an egg or find it in general is when we use the Pokeradar in Platinum on Route 230, White Forest and Pokemon White, which is insinuated to be an alternate universe or some weird thing, within Bridge Field in Galar, and then in the Crimson Mirelands in Hisui. Alternatively, the only times you can find a Togekiss is through the island scan on Pony Gauntlet in Alola, the Dusty Bowl of Galar, and flying above Lake Verity within Hisui. So what is going on here? Well, this species is said to start out as Togepi, spreading cheer and happiness, evolves into Togekiss, where it decides to spread more joy, fly around, and disappear to an unknown place. This unknown place is either the Togepi Paradise in the anime, or the Pokemon Paradise that is shown in Pokemon Horizons. They then return only during peaceful times as a Togekiss. I would even say that it is more than peace, it is also about the symbolism of the lands it goes to. For example, the Pony Gauntlet is full of tough trainers, but you access it after the main events of the Pokemon Sun and Moon or Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon games, a time of peace after all the problems of the main game have been resolved. The Dusty Bowl in Galar is a strange one, but theoretically speaking, Galar is a peaceful place. It is harsh, but the only real issue that happened is when Chairman Rose didn't account for Eternatus to not be defeated by Champion Leon. It wasn't war, it wasn't strife, and Rose, at least within the games, truly believed that Leon could defeat this gargantuan Pokemon and secure energy for their region for this foreseeable future. The Dusty Bowl in particular has some religious aspects to it, as it bears a dolmen, and the rocks around are in the shape of a ship for the outline, which also points towards Buddhist religion and Nordic beliefs between the two of them. This is also why we evolve Runerigus here, as it bears a tablet that is reminiscent of the runestones that Vikings would make to commemorate the lives of notable people and events. Finally, within Hisui, as it floats above Lake Verity, the lake belonging to the emotion Pokemon known as Mesprit. If there ever were a place of peace, it would be within the vicinity of Mesprit, as it could just completely wipe your emotions away with a single touch. It could turn a rampaging individual screaming with anger to being a calm and complacent individual within an instant, forcing peace upon them. And by all means, it seems as though the Togepi line doesn't really exist as part of any ecosystem, with the exception to it being rarely found in the wild, and that is likely only because it was peaceful for some time. Otherwise, it seems like they would all originate from their own paradise and not from any region in particular. Or, you know, even if you want to go with the Celebi theory, I suppose it's maybe from the future, or from other times of peace, but then we still don't really know what region it's from. Now we have the strange case of both Murkrow and Houndour, who are introduced within the second generation, but are not found in Johto. The exception to this is technically the Lost Cave of the Sevi Islands, but the Sevi Islands are also technically their own region. Now, this is not to say that they are actually invasive creatures by any means, but we can recognize that the two of them are found on the other side of the mountain within Kanto. Honestly, don't really have an explanation for this one, as the only thing I can see is that crows might be considered pests and nuisances by some people within Japan, but that doesn't really answer where they originally came from or why they would originally be from Kanto, because you could just say that about a number of different creatures, as people just kind of pick and choose which creatures they often see as pests. I personally really love crows, as they're one of my most favorite common birds, but I digress, and we move on. Unknown is an incredibly strange creature whom we know very little about in terms of its origins and its purpose. Many people have thought they may be the Thousand Arms of Arceus, but Pokemon Legends Arceus has debunked this, as the Arceus we know is but one of those many thousand arms. Unknown are also a species that, at least according to the anime, have been shown to exist before the modern alphabet, as they have taken on Greek lettering in the past for their shape. Their presence in the modern day is thanks to the radio tower that was erected within Johto. The signals that it sent out attracted the unknown as they suddenly started appearing. Now we find them within caves as they congregate together, seeming to maybe be using the radio signals as their own way to communicate with each other, as if you head into the ruins of Alph and turn on your radio onto a specific station, you will increase the chances of attracting unknown you have not seen before. When we spread out into the movies, we find unknown opening portals, and even a shot in the book of that movie that depicted legendary Pokemon showing a very biblical angel-esque version of unknown floating before a religious monk. And to take it further, of course we see them during the Arceus event, floating all over the place at high speeds, so these unknown are quite the mystery. I think they're also supposed to also be shown with Suicune in the beginning of the Crystal games. Yes, they are. That was my first Pokemon game. How could I forget that in the 2 seconds? As a side, I kind of imagine the unknown could have originally been the equivalent of speaking in tongues or even Latin language, and one of the original meanings of speaking in tongues was a gift bestowed by God so that they may communicate with others who spoke other languages, allowing you to speak in all tongues. And well, unknown is out here learning, quote-unquote, other languages and mimicking them with their shapes and formations. For all we know, they could have started off as the first language and adapted over all of time. In the end, these funny little symbolic Pokemon do have their own dimension within the anime, so they aren't even from our universe, which has made some people question whether or not they might even be related to the Ultra Beasts in some capacity somehow. Bear with me on this next one because we have Smeargle. This Pokemon weirds me out in terms of its origins and how it fits into the ecosystem, because I have tried to prove that it should be an omnivore and take part in the ecosystem, but this dog is often found in solitude and does not seem to even try to hunt other Pokemon based on what ecology I am able to find. It lives in the ruins of Alph, Artisan Cave, and can be found with the Poke Radar in Sinnoh, and then finally as a swarm in Route 5 of Unova. Otherwise, if you don't consider that, then you don't see them until Route 7 of Kalos, which that route is a popular route among artists for its scenery. So what am I trying to say? Smeargle is an artist dog that eats berries and roams around, and the best I can say is that they might originate from Artisan Cave in Hoenn, where only Smeargle can be found, and it's literally called Artisan Cave. But even then, I'm not honestly confident in that claim. I'm not gonna say it's an invasive species, but as a beagle that seems just to be incredibly rare, I seriously question its origins. Back to more concrete Pokemon that you may already know, as Galarian Zigzagoon was the original Zigzagoon, or is the original Zigzagoon, I suppose. Much like the Zigzagoon found outside of Galar, Galarian Zigzagoon are known to be constantly on the move and never settling down. It is believed that its restless temperament is what originated the zigzag movements observed on both forms of the species. Their known habitat stretches the entirety of Galar, being found in fields, forests, and towns. They enjoy battling to the point where they often attempt to provoke others into fighting them, and while this succeeded with other Pokemon, humans instead tend to mistake it as wanting affection, much to its frustrations. Now, from here, it isn't really explained how they ended up on other lands, let alone in the wild, but we can make the following as our educated guess. As people began picking up this little guy that looks happy, they started taking it in as a pet. This would increase more and more even as these individuals left Galar. In due time, we would have a number of different cases as to how they would be introduced to the wilds of other regions. One such scenario is that it was not responsibly cared for and proved too much for an inexperienced trainer, and that trainer let it go in the wild. We have cases of this with many Pokemon, and they could have, alternatively, just simply lost their Zigzagoon in the wild, and with either of these scenarios, we would build a population of creatures that are aggressive in an environment that is not nearly as harsh as Galar's is said to be. This would eventually lead to their species calming down, taking more risks, not feeling threatened by their environment, and calming down quite a bit while still avoiding any predators such as Viper, who have adapted to prey upon the Zigzagoon species while being another aggressive predator. So that's the third super aggressive predator that we've talked about that is helping ensure that a lot of these Pokemon don't truly become invasives. Now, while Zigzagoon is a raccoon dog or tanuki in real life, when we take the raccoon part of that, we can compare it to how raccoons have adapted to human settlements. While most creatures are neophobic, being afraid of new things, there are raccoons that are suspected to kind of be their own branch off of a species or subspecies that are neophilic, meaning that they are attracted to new things. Trying new things in nature is dangerous. Think Remy in Ratatouille. He was told to eat the same things, stick to the same patterns, the same methods, everything. This is how you survive, as you aren't taking any risks and are sticking to what you know works. Meanwhile, raccoons are like, yo, watch me climb this building and scale a multi-story building. Was that raccoon rewarded for it? Not to my knowledge, and I mean, I guess it became famous for a while, but that's not really, for survival of a raccoon, and that raccoon was just likely super curious about what they might find if they finished climbing. They're just super fun creatures in the end. A duo that confuses me are Solrock and Lunatone. This is because they are claimed to have only been discovered in the past 40 years, but they're found in Meteor Falls after, the meteor fell upon the lands of Hoenn, rather a meteor shower that had occurred 2,000 years before the events of Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire. And if we look 3,000 years before the modern age, we find that the two of them were present in the Great War of Kalos, in which the Great Weapon was used. So whoever is out there saying that these Pokemon were first discovered in the past 40 years, they clearly have not done their homework and is just out here saying, hey, I mean, it isn't history if we didn't discover it, right, guys? I don't care if Solrock and Lunatone have been living with the Draconets for all these years. I write history, and I say they were discovered 40 years ago. Terrible, but nevertheless, they are likely from space, as they are believed to be, as the two also derive energy from the sun and the moon. And I'm sure you can guess who does which. The claim of them coming from space is reinforced by other locations where they are either attracted to the psychic power of other Pokemon or are in locations in which a meteor fell. These include, but are not limited to, locations such as Mount Coronet and the Giant Chasm, which is incredibly interesting, because there are claims that Kyurem came from space, yet we know that it was part of Reshiram and Zekrom as the original dragon before they split. So just maybe, there is a chance that Kyurem, as the leftover pieces, were sent to space somehow, and it crash-landed back down upon the lands. It is just an incredibly strange case, all in all. Now, we finally made it to the other Pokemon on the thumbnail and the original inspiration, as I had hinted at, for this video, as we can finally speak about Corphish and Crawdont. Let's simply begin with the information we know about them. If we look at its Pokédex entries, it claims repeatedly that it was not native to a number of regions. Its Ruby entry states, Corphish were originally foreign Pokemon that were imported as pets. They eventually turned up in the wild, and this Pokemon is very hardy and has greatly increased its population. For her Gold, it was originally a Pokemon from afar that escaped to the wild. It can adapt to the dirtiest river. Ultra Sun, individuals that have been set free by trainers who could no longer raise them have become common, and they can now be found in Alola. Shield states it was originally a Pokemon from afar that escaped to the wild. It can adapt to the dirtiest river. And Scarlet states it came from overseas. It is a very hardy creature that will quickly proliferate even in polluted streams. This means that we are only left with Sinnoh and Unova, but there's a problem we find here too. In Sinnoh, we can only find it in Celestic Town in a small pond, likely meaning that it is not native to Sinnoh, or else it would have definitely spread out more than just such a tiny pond. You can also only get it in the isolated White Forest within Pokemon White, meaning that it is absolutely not technically native to Unova, as that place is once again likely an alternative universe, or just a strange place all in all that is kind of separated from everything else. Even if we wanted to say it was part of Unova, it is stated to be a place of pure natural beauty. This would mean that Corphish and Crawdont's ability to withstand any harsh environment would not have naturally developed in a nice, clean, beautiful place such as White Forest. As such, they can't be from there. With all of that out of the way, the region from which Corphish originates from is completely unknown for now. I would have originally bet every dollar that it would have originated from Galar, considering the region's harsh environment, but no. Instead, it leaves us with a mystery that will hopefully be solved one day. But we aren't quite done yet, as they will completely take over any little pond they are found in, especially once they evolve into Crawdons, who will throw literally every single creature from inside the waters out of it, with the exception of Feebas, but otherwise not even Basculegion scares them away. But recently, my attention was drawn to a comment that one of you left on a video, which brought up the idea of Corfish, or rather Crawdons, seemingly mimicking Sharpedo in some capacity. The star, the torpedo-like shape, and all while being an aggressive creature itself. The mimicry isn't perfect, but it's easily recognizable, especially as it is very unique in the world of Pokemon, within the water itself more so. And despite everything, the two of them aren't in the same egg groups either, so what's going on here? Well, I don't have a concrete answer, but there are Pokemon out there that eat crustaceans who may be considered more powerful if Crawdons found itself within the oceans of the world. As such, it needs to at least deter predators by mimicking Sharpedo, who hunts down Whalmer. And if this is true, then it could help explain how this Pokemon may have become widespread other than it being imported as a pet. It was more than just that, more than just it being set loose. It was an incredibly destructive invasive species that was destined to push through the harshness of salt water and create homes for itself throughout the world by its aggressiveness, its ability to fight, and its mimicry of such a powerful predator. And if we ever find its home region, I'm confident we will see a third form evolution of it. Originating within the Weather Institute of Hoenn, we have Castform, yet we also find it in the wild within Alola in a slew of different areas. The only explanation for this is due to scientists of Alola messing around with Castform. This could be the Aether Foundation or another set of scientists that have managed to accidentally release this Pokemon into the wild. But whoever it is did release them within Alola, because we don't find Castform in any other region other than Hoenn and Alola naturally whatsoever. And with Alola being so far away from most other regions, it wouldn't make sense for Castform to be released in Hoenn and not found in places such as Sinnoh. The good thing is that Castform is not a danger to the ecosystem. At worst, it's just a danger to Nuzlocke as it comes swinging down with its sunny form to help Lurantis cut us in half vertically. The worst way to be cut in half. I gotta admit, right now, it's very hot in my office. I've been sweating a little while also wearing this lab coat, which is a heavy lab coat that I think is legitimately used for the lab to help with, make sure chemicals don't get splashed. Beldum is a Pokemon that is gifted to you in Hoenn by Mr. Steven Stone himself, but otherwise it does not appear in the wild until you get a swarm of them in Sinnoh on Route 228, which is a bit of a weird spot, because this is one route away from being on a steep and rugged mountain path, which you'd expect them to be on. In addition, this route exists in the Battle Zone, which is often implied by NPCs to not even be a part of Sinnoh, because one of the examples of dialogue we have would be, your Pokemon are from Sinnoh, aren't they? They're not what we are used to seeing around here. So that muddles things a little bit further. But if we proceed to ignore the Battle Zone, then the next place we find it in is in the Giant Chasm, specifically Metang, in the Crater Forest, where things are incredibly cold. The steep drop in temperature here is due to the presence of Kyurem, who is freezing everything from within the caves, and that cold is spreading out. And the colder it is, the stronger magnets are, meaning the Beldum line would thrive in such an environment as they hunt down Pokemon such as Nosepass for their magnetic bodies. This still gets even weirder as Kyurem wasn't always there, meaning this environment would not support such a Pokemon, but I would be willing to bet that any environment that is incredibly cold has the potential of supporting a population of the Beldum line, since they prefer the cold or places with strong magnetism. This is supported by their presence on Mount Hokulani in Alola, Snowside Slope in Galar, and other similar places. You can't find Riolu in the wild until you reach Unova, as Riley is the one to hand you a Riolu egg, while Riley himself doesn't have a confirmed home region. Though in every new region after Sinnoh, wild Riolu are running around, so for all we know, it is at least not native to Sinnoh or the previous games. Another Pokemon that is nearly directly stated to be an invasive species is Basculegion, who have often been referred to as the Thug of the Lake or Thug of the River, and uses its jaws, which are strong enough to leave bite marks in iron sheets, to devour everything in its way. However, despite their fierce reputation, they do become prey to stronger organisms such as Bombardier and Dondozo. Many people release Basculegion into lakes illegally, causing its population to grow abundant. And that flares me up mentally so much every single time. But red and blue striped Basculegion are extremely hostile, especially towards their opposite form, generally fighting each other on sight, but on some rare occasion, you may find one amongst the rest without fighting, and they're full of vitality, reproducing quickly. When a school of them appears in a lake, Pokemon other than Corphish and Crawdons do flee, and it does compete with Carvanha over food. It just attacks and eats whatever it runs into. It reproduces quickly. It is noted to be a Pokemon that is illegal to release in the wild, and it is only noted to be hunted by strong Pokemon, such as Bombardier and Dondozo, who they themselves, while not invasive, are absolutely strong predators within their respective ecosystems. So, you know, with the fact that it's found in every new region since we've seen them in Unova, with the exception of the Sun and Moon games appearing within Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon, it's pretty invasive. Though it's a little weird that they are only arriving within the Ultra versions of the games. And when digging into this, Basculegion is often compared to a bass, and of course, the smallmouth bass is an invasive species of Hawaii. So in one version of Alola, it hadn't made it, while in another, they're already plagued by another invasive species. They just can't catch a break, can they? This next one might shock you considering they are iconic to the region of Unova, but Zorua and Zoroark are technically not naturally found anywhere within Unova. The only exception to this is if you have one of the event shiny legendary beasts with you when you approach a trailer within Lostlorn Forest. There you'll find a mysterious silent woman who will emerge from the trailer with a screeching growl and attack the player. After the battle, the true expanse of Lostlorn Forest is revealed. The backpacker returns and is surprised that the suspicious woman was really a Zoroark in disguise. He says that she was only deceiving people and Pokemon using illusions to protect her home. He then states that the Zoroark reacted strongly to the shiny legendary beast and assumes that she may have been in some sort of previous conflict with it. This is all a reference to the movie and would imply that Zorua is actually native to Unova, but if you decide that it isn't, then the next time we find Zorua is on Route 20 or Pokemon Village within Kalos, or even within the lands of Hisui, though that's as a revenant after it has died and revived itself out of pure anger and spite, so, you know, it doesn't really live there anymore, but hey, it does mean that it once existed there. When we look at Route 20, we see why they would reside within the forest, as it is noted as a forest that humanity actually made a path that was meant to be as little intrusive and destructive as possible to the forest, meaning that many Pokemon can live secluded lives there in peace. Meanwhile, with Pokemon Village, it is a sanctuary of safety for Pokemon of all kinds. And when people are often stated to be afraid of the trickster fox that Zorua is, you need all the help that you can get to avoid being wrongfully hunted down by others. In fact, the Pokemon Village is near Route 20 and Snowbell City. So if a Zorua was caught in a bad situation within Snowbell, we would have a pretty similar situation to what happened in Hisui, and I don't think anyone actually wants that to happen. By all means, Zorua isn't really damaging the ecosystem like an invasive species would, so we just don't call it an invasive species. The Pokemon worshipped as a deity of the sun within ruins found in Unova, Volcarona, is not native to the lands of Unova itself, at least not within the games. We have a different story in the anime, as Larvesta does appear in an episode as a major appearance. This is because, very similar to Rhyhorn, it is a Pokemon that we will find in mountains and caves deep within them. So it's more likely just roaming around where people can't see it, or again, very similar to Magmar. Klefki is a little strange because it is said to originally inhabit mines, and while in Kalos we can see it inhabit a couple of different routes, We find it in Hoenn for Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire on Route 113 as a hidden encounter within the Thrifty Mega Mart of Alola, and then in the wild once more in Galar and Paldea. What draws the most interest from me is its presence within Alola, as there are plenty of caves that we enter, yet we never encounter it. This isn't a very strong example of a Pokemon being away from home, but I would not be surprised to find out that there are Klefki traveling throughout mines or other caves throughout the world, and just popping up wherever they please in order to fulfill their need to consume metal ions. Nearly every single Ultra Beast is an invasive species, and they are directly inspired by them as well. While there are also some claims for them to be inspired by the Deadly Sins, I really don't follow that line of logic, especially as none of them really represents wrath. Some claim it would be Kartana, but Kartana comes from a world of peace, a literal Zen garden, so thematically that doesn't really make sense. Meanwhile, they are all foreign creatures to our entire universe that can cause incredible amounts of fear and damage to our world and overwhelm a number of Pokemon, all to the point where the international police do get involved. And to drive all of this home, as stated by Shigeru Omori in an interview in Pokemon Sun and Moon, the official Alola region Pokédex and post-game adventure guide, mouthful, Ken Sugimori had advised that each Ultra Beast design incorporate contradictory elements, along with concepts that are typically avoided when creating new Pokemon to differentiate them from other Pokemon. Now, when we look at all of them, we can break down what invasive species they represent. For example, Pheromosa, many cockroaches are technically considered invasive species due to their ability to thrive in unforgiving environments. Basically, Magikarp, but it reproduces faster and is actually real. On those same lines, we have the buzzswole and the tiger mosquito, who is an invasive mosquito that is native to the tropical and subtropical areas of Southeast Asia, something that we could compare to the environments in which we find buzzwole's original home world. For Nihilego, Phylloryza punctata is an invasive species in the waters surrounding Hawaii, and apparently those jellyfish have a venom that is not potent enough to kill their prey, which is why they are filter feeders, primarily feeding on zooplankton, causing other species relying on zooplankton to go without food. Alternatively, you could say they are like the Man of War. Xurkitree, Stakataka, and Kartana are representative more of humanity slapping down power lines and buildings everywhere. Kartana is a little odd since it is paper, and I guess we do make a lot of paper, and will create entire controlled sections of land just for making paper, so there's that. And I will say now, that is not necessarily a bad thing. It is better than deforesting land. In fact, it is way healthier, and the only other alternative is by going into a forest and chopping down the trees that are already dead or dying and using those for paper. That also helps ensure disease doesn't run rampant or any super destructive bug, you know? And then moving forward, Guzzlord is based on eldritch abominations like those from the works of Lovecraft and a bit of Agrajag from the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. And I mean, eldritch creatures have been depicted as the first ones here, ones that have existed since the beginning of time, or as invaders of our homes and minds. So take your pick. Naganadel resembles a parasitoid wasp, and Poipole may represent the larva. More specifically, it resembles Ichneumon wasps or Darwin wasps. And let me tell you, they're brutal. According to Missouri Department of Conservation, the young Ichneumons are mostly internal parasitoids of insect larvae in families including the beetles, the butterflies and moths, and the ants, bees, and wasps, plus flies and spiders. Pretty much they could have just said, you know, most insects or arachnids, you know? The mother Ichneumon typically inserts her eggs into the body of the host, usually a grub or caterpillar, and the hungry larval Ichneumons devouring their hosts from the inside usually end up killing their hosts. Usually end up killing their hosts. My lord, by the time they are ready to pupate and become adult Ichneumons. And you know how they do it? That long stinger, that super incredibly long stinger that they have. So, you know, that's not scary at all. I'm sorry, my brain is still stuck on the idea of usually kill their hosts. I don't want to survive that if that ever happens. Not that it ever happens to humans. They don't, you know, they don't try to parasitoid us or parasite our bodies, however you want to state that. Now, the only real outlier from here, I suppose, is Blacephalon, who I can't realistically figure out a single tie to invasive species without just saying, yeah, it's humanity. Go throw up a carnival. I don't know, 50 clowns came out of a car. If that's not invasive, I don't know what is. If you drop a clown car in the middle of a house, you are now a family with a house. You are now the visitor. You are not the people who own that house. The 50 clowns that came out do. Welcome to more inexperienced trainers releasing Pokemon into the wild, as we have Dreadnought, who are notoriously vicious to the point where it requires a skilled trainer to fully tame and handle it. Otherwise, some trainers will release them into the wild once they find they are unable to handle it. Shame. Dreadnought lurks along shorelines, biting on prey, I'm losing my words today, that approach its dwelling in search of drinking water. Now, this does not mean it is inherently invasive, but this is dangerous for both Dreadnought and for any Pokemon that may be in the areas that it is released in, especially if they lose their source of water, because it now resides there. And you might think, oh, it's a strong Pokemon, it'll be fine. But we have to remember that it is a Pokemon that needs to find food for itself as well. Not only that, but can you imagine dropping a Dreadnought off in salt water? More than likely, it's a freshwater turtle, so it's gonna struggle to survive if you just, go on, survive. I freed you, and it just sinks to the bottom of the water, unable to swim, unable to breathe, unable to do anything but burn because of the salt. Either way, this Pokemon entry is less about it being invasive and more about the opportunity for Pokemon to make Dreadnought an invasive species within other environments because of irresponsible trainers. Cufant and Copperajah are docile in nature and were introduced into Galar and Paldea regions to assist with heavy labor. It travels in herds, searching for food in caves in the morning. Plain as day with these two, and they continue to thrive in these rocky environments within the regions they are now introduced to. But this means that, of course, neither of these regions are their homelands. I've now smacked multiple things in my office while waving my hands around like I don't know how to talk without moving my hands. I'm not doing sign language, yet I wave my hands like I just don't care. Anywho, they are inspired by the Indian elephant, having even replaced the information where we found that Gastly could kill an Indian elephant with its gas, instead now being Copperajah, of course. But here we are, once again, with another Pokemon that originates from India in concept, yet we don't have a region based on India. Moving on. Each of Quaxly's evolutions tells us a little bit more about who they are and how they don't originate from Paldea. Quaxly migrated to Paldea from distant lands long ago. Quaxwell observes people and Pokemon from various regions and incorporates their movements into its own dance routines, which tells us why it would travel to different regions given the chance. And for Quaquaval, it is seen dancing in ways that evoke faraway places, and flourishes of its decorative water feather slice into its foes. Now, its dance fighting style seems to be incredibly reminiscent of capoeira, and the most interesting part about this fighting style is that it helped free slaves. Yes, our wonderful little starter Pokemon here is a freedom fighter. Capoeira was created by Africans transported to Brazil to work as slaves. They mixed fight, dance, and musical traditions from their various countries to create something uniquely Brazilian. Capoeira is a fight that was disguised as a dance so that overseers would not quash this act of defiance. It came to represent freedom and resistance in the quilombos of Brazil and is now a powerful vehicle for sharing Brazilian culture around the world. In other words, there is the potential to see the Quaxly line in a different land in which they would straight up be freedom fighters and maybe even have a different typing. I would say make them dark fighting, which would be incredibly fitting since it is technically underhanded to be hiding your intentions like that, but is still for a noble cause. Though as a final note, they may not follow through with that since Coco's line is more of Mexican inspiration thanks to Dia de los Muertos, while Sprigatito's line pulls in masquerade balls, which started in medieval Europe to my understanding, and then would spread into places like Spain. So all three of them seem to pull from different Hispanic ideas and may or may not be expanded on in the future. I, for one, hope that they do. Also, Brazil isn't Hispanic or of Latino, grouping, I suppose. I'm Puerto Rican. I still don't know these things. I really need to look into my own culture more and other cultures. I will say this is also a great time to mention that many of our starter Pokemon are not invasive, but may not originally reside in the regions in which we find them. For example, Sprigatito has a house in which they are cared for, then distributed to new trainers. A great example is when we look at Rowlet, Cyndaquil, and Oshawott as we find them within Pokemon Legends Arceus, all three of them being Pokemon that Professor Laventon brought with him from his home region. That region likely being Galar, considering there are a lot of hints towards the events of the game taking place at the end of the Edo period, a time when Japan and Europe would have been trading and Japan would be advancing industrially, as shown through the presence of the Galarian Wheezing Smokestack. To clarify, this does not mean all starter Pokemon are not of the home region we find them, because Bulbasaur, amongst others, are shown to exist in the wild, but be incredibly rare even in the anime. I will actually also note that Sharpedo is the only Pokemon so far that directly states that it hunts Squirtle. So, wherever Sharpedo may be, you may be able to say that Squirtle's from those lands or waters. Bramlin's line states nothing about it not originating from Paldea, but with it being a tumbleweed, it is absolutely an invasive species. Because according to the University of California, Riverside, and this is going somewhere, I promise, though tumbleweeds are often seen as symbols of America's Old West, they are also invasive plants that cause traffic accidents, damage agricultural operations, and cause millions in property damage every year. That made me immediately think of the SpongeBob moments where he's talking about how they've like destroyed entire cities, poisoned the water supply and everything else, and they're like, wait, did he really do that? No, but are we gonna wait till he does? That's tumbleweeds right now. Either way, one year, the desert town of Victorville, California was buried in tumbleweeds, piling up to the second story of some homes. And doesn't that sound familiar? Allow me to read directly from Brambleghast's Pokédex. As it states, Brambleghast wanders around arid regions. On rare occasions, mass outbreaks of these Pokemon will bury an entire town. And since they live right outside of Cascaratha town, who is surrounded by moats of water, since these Pokemon don't like water, and they may have buried the town in the past, we can connect everything together. Give these tumbleweeds enough time, and they could cause great damage to other regions. All it takes is for their seeds to get spread through, I don't know, Pokemon's equivalent of flaxseed, like they did in the real world. Because even if they are tumbleweed possessed by lost souls, as they like to claim, they are, in fact, only part of the grass egg group, likely meaning they have seeds to spread and reproduce with. And in what my opinion is the perfect finale to this video, every single Paradox is an invasive species, as I directly quote from AI Toro. The original professor had a dream of a world in which future Pokemon might live alongside present-day Pokemon in harmony, but these Pokemon have gained a strange power due to their adaptations in the distant future, and this power has proved too terrible. Their very existence brings destruction to the ecological balance of this current age. The original professor would say that such destruction is a natural part of life. At present, the barrier around Area Zero is still working to keep the future Pokemon from escaping into the rest of Paldea, but we've begun to see Pokemon appear that can break the barrier, such as Iron Shreds. Eventually, they will break free of this walled garden known as Area Zero and run rampant across the Paldea region. And when they do, the rich and varied ecosystem of Paldea will be trampled beneath their coming. I may have been created as a copy of the professor, and yet I cannot seem to find the logic in allowing such a tragedy to occur. But any hope of preventing it would require overcoming the greatest AI that the original professor ever devised. And of course, AI Sada would say something very similar, but of the past Paradox Pokemon. From here, nothing more can truly be said, as every Paradox Pokemon is a powerful creature from their original universe that has no natural competition and no predators, going as far as even eating Herba Mystica once they escape and becoming even greater threats. So with this, we have covered every Pokemon that come from foreign lands, and even Pokemon that are invasive species.
Parasites thrive on the lives of others, and even within the world of Pokemon, they are inescapable Pokemon that live inside or on each other as they drain their prey of nutrients. From the adorable little Joltik, who absorbs electricity from Pokemon like Yamper, to terrifying power of Nihilego, who pours toxins into their hosts while absorbing what they desire. And of course, we have the classic mushrooms that take over the bodies of Paras from the moment they are born. All these parasites and more will be explored today as I bring to you the many terrifying parasites of Pokemon. Howdy there, I'm Acrylic, and let's dig into our parasites, or I guess let's let them dig into us? Don't do that. Please don't do that. Acrylic VA is not held legally liable for anyone who ingests tapeworm pills. But before we ever actually begin, what exactly are parasites? Simply put, parasites are effectively creatures that live on or inside of other creatures as they take nutrients or some other resource from their host against their will. A parasite in our world includes things like tapeworms, though there are other creatures that are able to live inside each other and be symbiotic in nature. Hey, can I have more food? I'm eating for two. You're pregnant? No, I have a tapeworm. These would be creatures such as the scaly-foot gastropod, who creates a literal iron armor while also hosting bacteria inside its body that live and thrive while also providing energy to the snail without it ever needing to eat. This would not be a parasite. No harm is done to the snail, nor the bacteria. As such, there are a lot of Pokemon that are symbiotic in nature, or do feed on each other in unconventional ways, but don't live inside or on humans or other Pokemon, cause harm to each other, or any of those other factors that I've stated. Those will have to be talked about in another video, though I do mention some communalist Pokemon in this one. Let's actually begin, because we're beginning with the classic example of Paras and Parasect. But I'm willing to bet that I know a couple things that you may not regarding it. Red and yellow mushrooms, known as Tochukaso, grow on this Pokemon's back. The mushrooms can be removed at any time and grow from spores that are doused on this Pokemon's back at birth by the mushroom on its mother's back. Just pluck a little bit off, sprinkle it on your child. Now, Tochukaso are parasitic in nature, drawing their nutrients from the host Paras's body in order to grow and exerting some command over the Pokemon's actions. For example, Paras drains nutrients from tree roots due to commands from the mushrooms. The mushrooms are also popular among collectors and have medicinal uses, usually involving extending lifespans. Now, Paras specifically can often be found in caves, however, it can also thrive in damp forests, basically places where the mushroom will go best. In the Alola region, the mushrooms on its back do not grow well. This is also thought to be from a lack of moisture or nutrients. So, not only does Paras have a parasite, see the pun there, but they also parasite off of trees, which is kind of a gray area thing to say, admittedly, because you can feed on tree roots or trees in general without being a parasite. But because of these Tochukaso mushrooms, they are effectively forced to stay attached to these trees, drain them completely, and then move on to their next target. And this is said more explicitly with Parasect. Now that the insect has been drained of nutrients, it is now completely under the control of the fully grown Tochukaso. Removing the mushroom will cause Parasect to stop moving. It can thrive in dark forests with a suitable amount of humidity for growing fungi. Swarms of this Pokemon have been known to infest trees, and said swarm will drain the nutrients of the tree until it dies, definitely parasitic, and will then move on to a new tree. It has been known to fight with Shiinotic over territory. Before we dig into the fact that this Pokemon had the light from its eyes faded to nothing and turned into a bionic mech, the fights it has with Shiinotic is more than just over territory. It's actually over keeping forests alive. Shiinotic is stated to drain prey of energy in some Pokédex entries, but it is shown in the anime to use the energy to bring trees in the forest back to life and restore order. This makes it a strong opposite to Paras and Parasect, as it aims to restore life, while the parasite aims to only fuel themselves and spread their kind. Eat, mate, die, repeat. I need a shirt that says that. Back to Parasect, all it does and all it aims to do is create more of its kind now. In fact, in early generations, the move Spore was its signature move, which is less its signature move, and moreover a move that belonged to the mushrooms on its back, I would dare claim. After all, spores are how mushrooms are able to spread, so they can grow mycelium underground, and then eventually sprout the mushroom on top, which is their sexual organ. Remember that every time you eat a mushroom, or don't, whatever makes you happier. Though, that leads me to exactly how the mushroom is able to control Parasect, because just like the mycelium that grows underground, there is undoubtedly an entire network of mycelium within Parasect that has effectively replaced its nervous system. This would help explain why if you remove the mushroom just right off, Parasect stops moving, because without the mushroom controlling it, Parasect stops functioning. You could claim it's just attached to the brain, but I personally believe it's more than that. After all, the mycelium replacing all the veins paints a really cool image in my head, if not at least tapping into the spine, which, no, there's no spine. It's a cicada, basically, if it didn't have the mushroom on its body, so there is no actual spine. It's an invertebrate. Now you might be asking yourself, so what does a Paras look like when it doesn't have any mushrooms on it? How does it look when it's born? Boom! We almost had a canon version of this called Para when Generation 2 was coming out, and so many Pokemon were getting baby forms of themselves. We can see, while it doesn't have any mushrooms on its head or back, it is coming out of a mushroom, which, if this was ever brought back, it would be one of the coolest pieces of ecology, in my personal opinion. Paras lovers unite. Imagine a creature that is born from mushrooms. The zombie mother sprinkles spores on its body. It grows up and is slowly taken over, only to then lay eggs inside of other Parasect via those spores and Tochukasho mushrooms in order to repeat the cycle with its own young. The mushrooms don't start by being sprinkled onto Paras, in fact, then they start from inside of Paras, like so many other kinds of infective parasites. And get this, Tochukasho is the Japanese term for cordyceps, which are the same exact type of fungus that is used in The Last of Us, meaning that Pokemon did The Last of Us first, which is a dumb sentence to say out loud, I know, but I had to say it. Though this is because cordyceps actually has the opportunity to do this in real life. With a direct quote from Yale School of Medicine, the spores of the cordyceps seize control of the mind and motor functions of their host, causing erratic behaviors and spurring the insect to seek a higher location, where more sunlight and warmth create prime reproductive conditions for the fungus. Also, it's a really good place for it to get snatched up by a bird, eaten, and then the poop has the fungus in it, and it spreads around more areas, so that way it can get eaten by more creatures, spread around to more creatures, and then have a higher territory, which, insane that that's a real-life adaptation, and this is not a drill then. Paras and Parasect are theoretically entirely possible, especially as they are likely just based on, like I said, little cicada nymphs who have similar feeding habits. Luckily, there have been no known cases of this fungus taking over humans, but that doesn't mean other people haven't had their bodies affected by mushrooms. Like, there was a one guy who injected psychedelic mushroom tea into his vein, and it's hard to say whether things would have started growing or not, but don't worry, he survived. You can kind of imagine how horrific things could have gotten, though. Alternatively, there are plenty of cases where, with the right conditions, fungal spores have made their way into people, especially their lungs, and effectively destroyed them from the inside. I know I personally freak out every single time I maybe leave a container in the fridge for too long and a little bit of fungus, appears on it. Hate to admit that, but it is the truth, and, yeah, I opened that up, and I know none of that's going to affect me, but I fear that it will. Effectively, not every fungus is going to be able to live inside of a human because it has to be able to survive the higher temperature and the environment, so on and so forth, so don't worry. But I do have one last thing to say, and that's fungi are not fun guys, clearly. I'm going to go see myself. Though I will say, before we do continue, I just want to say thank you so much for watching. In short, if you're enjoying this, please do make sure you do subscribe. Comment any thoughts that you have as you're listening to this. Tell me about your favorite parasite in real life, and then your favorite parasite Pokemon once you learn about it. In addition, those comments, likes, subscriptions, they all boost the reach of the videos. In addition, if you'd like to go the extra mile and become a member for as little as $3 a month, you not only get behind-the-scenes access, information, a monthly insider, but you also get to have, for the first time, members exclusive videos. Not just early access, members exclusive videos. And the first one that will be coming out is a kind of a retrospective in some capacity, I don't know how to call it, of my entire life with Pokemon. How I got into it, how I fell out of it, how I got into it, how I fell out of it again, and then why the heck I decided that I would do a channel that centers around Pokemon overall. I think you might know that last one, but to have a proper deep dive on it would be very interesting, and supporting the channel monetarily goes a huge mile, as I am the writer, the speaker, the editor, the uploader, the one who makes all the thumbnails, with very rare exception on those thumbnails. But enough of that, and as always, thank you so much for watching, and on with the video. Up next is Shellder, who you wouldn't expect to be a parasite, but by all means fits the description perfectly. Because once a Shellder attaches to a Slowpoke on its tail or head, it evolves alongside the peak salamander hippo monster thing as they then evolve. Now, don't let yourself get fooled and believe this is a symbiotic relationship like it likes to tell you, because there are some major issues with this coevolution that happens. But let's read what is claimed. Shellder, in its greed to suck out more and more sweetness from Slowbro's tail, has metamorphosed into a spiral-shaped shell. Slowbro, in turn, has lost the capability to feel pain due to Shellder's poison. While typically lazy and unintelligent, Slowbro apparently becomes inspired when the Shellder bites down on its tail. While it is capable of unleashing powerful psychic attacks, Slowbro is typically rather peaceful and usually prefers not to fight. Because it can no longer fish using its tail, it instead grudgingly swims to catch its prey and allows the Shellder to feed on its leftover scraps. The Shellder feeds all it wants, and in turn the Slowbro gets technically nothing in return. All the Slowbro really gets is a bite on the tail whenever it isn't doing something it should be, like hunting, searching for water, or needing to sleep. Sure, the Shellder is motivating Slowbro, but last I checked, being bitten hurts, and the only reason it's biting it is so that way Shellder can continue to feed, which may be the only way that Slowbro can feel pain, that bite, and be motivated as the Pokemon claims. You know, digging deep enough into some sort of nerve endings. Again, the only reason Shellder wants the Slowbro to stay active is because the more food it eats, then the more nutrients that flow to its tail, or the sweeter the tail might be. All because Slowbro is then able to stay healthy and active and full, which kind of makes me wonder if it's similar to a gecko in some capacity and it stores fat in its tail as a reserve, which would also make sense as to why the Shellder would choose to bite there, and why Slowpoke tails are stated in recent generations to fall off naturally from time to time and eventually regrow, kind of like a lizard. In addition, removing the ability to feel pain is terrible for survival. There's actually a really fun movie called Novocaine where the main character was born without the ability to feel pain, and he is paralyzingly afraid of accidentally hurting himself for the first act of the movie. Extra precautions like turning everything into a smoothie so he doesn't accidentally bite off his tongue is a good example of how over-conscious he was of it. But ultimately, if you don't feel pain, then you don't realize if something is wrong. If you stepped on a nail, if the lion attacking you is actually a threat since you don't feel anything from what it's doing, so on and so forth. You don't realize you're bleeding, you don't realize you're in danger, you don't realize that your life is potentially about to end because you don't feel any of this. Either way, this Shellder just wants to stick with one Slowbro and continually get its fill of free food. But if it decides to bite on Slowpoke's head, we get what you might consider to be a symbiotic nature in one of its versions. After all, when the King's Crown is placed on the Slowpoke and the Shellder bites that skull, the teeth are kept from digging too far into the brain thanks to the crown, and it results in the evolution of Slowking. This Pokemon gets smarter and smarter the more that chemical reactions occur between the Shellder's poison and the chemicals within Slowking's brain. Almost said Slowpoke's brain, which technically it still is Slowpoke. And outside of damaging the brain in ways that the Slowking doesn't feel and likely will never feel, it's actually not a terrible relationship. Just don't let that Shellder go, or Slowking may just pass away if those bites are deep enough. So, knowing that's a more symbiotic relationship, or at least I will agree to that one, I actually want to focus more on the Galarian forms, who I will claim are parasitic once again. Because on one hand, you have a regular Slowbro arm, and on the other, you have a Shellder in the form of a gun. Can't believe everyone was right. Sword and Shield did have a third version, and its exclusive is a Pokemon with a literal firearm. A Shellder bite set off a chemical reaction with the spices inside of Slowbro's body, causing Slowbro to become a poison-type Pokemon. If this Pokemon squeezes the tongue of the Shellder biting it, the Shellder will launch a toxic liquid from the tip of its shell. Meanwhile, Shellder seems blissful over the taste of Slowbro, even though the toxins seeping from the bite have caused Shellder to faint. It continues to bite down hard on Slowbro's arm to suck out more poison, and this seems to cause itching, so Slowbro occasionally lashes out. The only reason that Slowbro even has poison in its body to begin with is because this Shellder bit onto it. Again, do not believe the lies that Shellder and Pokemon states about this being a symbiotic relationship. It's like me dousing you in oil and then lighting you on fire because you didn't like feeling so oily. I got rid of the oil, didn't I? I'm a symbiotic relationship, or I have a symbiotic relationship with you, don't I? What I do love about this relationship, though, is that it is entirely brought into existence thanks to the Galarica seed, otherwise directly noted to be the Galarica nut, which is inspired by nutmeg. And when enough of it is eaten, nutmeg, which then often results in horrible poisoning, it can also induce a high. And those drug-induced feelings match out perfectly with what we see in Galarian Slowbro and in the Shellder on its arm. So, canonically speaking, Shellder is the only Pokemon I am currently aware of that gets high at all times within the Pokemon franchise. And of course, we can also then move on and get Galarian Slowking. I should not have to tell people that this one is parasitic, especially as it is directly stated, a combination of toxins and the shock of evolving has increased Shellder's intelligence to the point that Shellder now controls Slowking. It doesn't stop there though, as if this Shellder is removed, it can be placed onto a human's head and take over their mind and body as well, which I think technically that works with regular Slowking's head, or rather the Shellder from there too, but whatever. Something that the anime shows by it controlling Ash. The only thing stopping it is a good smack to remove it. Slowking is also heavily lied about, or at least it has a mixed way of telling its lore, as if it's burying the lead and trying to make sure nobody knows its secrets, because it sometimes sounds like it's helping the Slowpoke body and trying to help weakened Pokemon, but then you get dex entries such as it creates potions by mixing toxins with the food it's eaten. Not even Slowking itself knows what effects the potions will have, and then it will just give it to weakened Pokemon. This is a war criminal, and years later, I still refuse to believe otherwise. There was a moment there where it almost got me. I almost fell to Slowking propaganda, but no, I'm not there. Of course, we can't talk about all of these forms without mentioning its Mega form. While it is all called, Mega Slowbro, we all know deep down inside that this is actually Mega Shellder, which I guess would be the only instance other than Eternal Floette to be able to Mega Evolve without reaching its final evolution. Direct Dex entries state, when bathed in the energy of Mega Evolution, Shellder converts into impregnable armor. There is virtually no change in Slowpoke. All the energy from Mega Evolution poured into the Shellder on its tail, leaving Slowpoke to be swallowed whole. Hold on. That whole claim about the whole, leopard gecko tail and storing fat in the tail of the Slowpoke might actually translate to Slowpoke stores energy in the tail. The energy is stored in the balls. Anywho, jokes aside, in my opinion, you can see this as one of two ways. Either the Shellder is a full-on predator at this point, as Slowpoke is being actively digested by Shellder as it sits in digestive fluids the entire time that it's in its Mega form. Alternatively, though, Shellder is still a parasite that has been able to siphon and feed on Mega energy, which allowed it to reach this state. Either way, it isn't good for Slowpoke, and it has always been the bottom rung of Pokemon's ladder, as it is built to suffer. Again, another great shirt. Slowpoke, built to suffer. But I love it anyway. The Slowpoke line is a strong S-tier Pokemon, and maybe after all this time I need to do a proper Pokemon ranking video. Who knows? Alright, this next one you may or may not see as parasitic depending on how you view it, but Voltorb may actually be a parasite to some capacity. But not modern Voltorb, no, Hisuian Voltorb. It's a pretty strange Pokemon all in all, with nobody canonically knowing what it looks like on the inside, but they not only live in Pokeballs in the modern day, but also lived in the Apricorn balls of the past, at least within Hisuian. The hard fact is that just because something like an insect is born inside a fruit or on its skin and eats it, that doesn't make it a parasite by classification. There are plenty of creatures who have their eggs laid in fruits, like wasps who lay their eggs in figs, and just to get rid of the rumor because you thought of it, no, the crunch you get in Fig Newtons are not wasp eggs. From multiple sources, there's effectively a 0% chance of this occurring, as either the eggs hatch and the wasps leave by burrowing out of the fig, or they are ultimately dissolved by the fig. But back on track, we don't exactly know how the real Voltorb gets inside of Pokeballs, or Apricorn balls, or Apricorns as they appear in the wild still. All we know is that the Pokemon we see is likely not the real thing, which would also explain why they are so willing to self-destruct on a whim. they aren't dying when they do it, they are likely freeing themselves, or at the very least, spreading whatever organism they have inside of them out into the world. After all, I believe it is stated that there are seeds that are known to be inside of Hisui and Voltorb. And if the organism lives its life by attaching and leeching off of things like the trees themselves of the apricorns, then it could be a parasite. It all really just depends on if it is taking nutrients from another living thing, which fruit, again, is not classified as by all technical standards. And by these standards, as much as I wanted to include it as part of this list, that would then mean that Applin would not be a parasite either, as it isn't actively keeping the fruit alive, but rather is just preserving it. Another strange case of technicality is when we look at Seedot. It attaches itself to a tree branch using the top of its head and sucks moisture and nutrients from the tree while hanging off the branch. The more water it drinks, the glossier this Pokemon's body becomes. The only way that they then fall from this tree is by either another Pokemon bothering it, or if it absorbs too much water and falls from the branch, basically once it gets its fill. The main reason they do this is because they can attract the attention of the birds to then see their glossy selves get picked up and then dropped off into new areas where there are less Seedot, effectively letting them spread their species all over the place. And because Seedot doesn't have a preference and seemingly just attaches to any tree that it can or wants to, and drains it of moisture and nutrients while also doing nothing for the tree in return, then it is definitely seeming more like a parasite in at least this stage of its life, as it lives on the tree until it is full of what it needs, which could potentially harm said tree. You know, honestly, that makes Seedot seem like a tick, but for trees. And in all reality, there are plenty of plants that are parasitic in nature, so this isn't a big shocker. A number of these plants are also unable to photosynthesize. They manage this parasitic nature, or their lifestyle, through what is called, typically, a hostorium. Long story short, the plant stabs itself into another plant as it attaches itself through something such as vines or roots, and with the newly open access, it inserts itself and steals away everything that it needs. The one I'm most familiar with that does this is the dodder plant, which does live in Wisconsin, and I'm pretty sure I came across them once before in college. Either way, it seems clear to me that this is how Seedot functions until it can eventually meet its needs to evolve into Nuzleaf. Cacnea is not the cactus, which already throws a lot of questions into the mix. And in fact, by pretending to be a cactus, it is able to blend in with the desert landscape. At first, all of its information makes it sound like, it actually is one. It is able to live in deserts for 30 days without any water, due to its body being able to store moisture. The beauty and fragrance of its yellow flower on its head depends on the harshness of its environment. This flower releases a strong aroma to attract prey, and when prey approaches, it shoots sharp thorns to bring said prey down. But then we get to take the next step and evolve it into Cacturn. We get one line from this evolution that changes everything for this Pokemon. After spending thousands of years in harsh deserts, its blood transformed into the same substances as sand. Of course, this isn't the be-all, end-all, and you could interpret otherwise. Maybe it's not a parasite, but why would a creature that is stated to be a plant have blood in the first place? In fact, this is one of the few times where a Pokemon's blood is mentioned. Their own blood, not eating another creature's blood. And not sap, not honey, or anything else you would normally expect to get from a plant. Blood right off the bat. Sure, there are plenty of other Pokemon out there that are grass types who also definitely have blood, like Bulbasaur and Rowlet, but it's pretty clear that they have blood in their bodies, while others like Maractus and Oddish do not. To me, it feels pretty clear which ones have blood and which ones are just plants up until we throw in Cacnea, who gives us this curveball. There's no telling what's actually inside of Cacnea or Cacturn. All we know is that there is something that made its way inside and eventually adapted for some reason. That for some strange reason, blood wasn't very useful anymore. And there's one main reason why I think this actually happened, and it's just because of water content. Deserts are dry. I don't need to tell you that, I hope. But when you depend on water, you either travel far, being able to store it in your body, or use deep roots to get water from deep underground. Or you just lower your overall need for water. And Cacnea spent long enough wandering around, not digging its roots into the ground, trying to store what little water it could and eventually realizing that it needs to change, that it has instead then chosen to get the water it needs from hunting, as its own blood was completely replaced. Which makes it not too different from other predators then. Cacti and Cacturn get all their essential liquids and nutrients from the blood of their prey. Either that, or they really just don't need any water whatsoever, but I doubt that, considering they have to keep the outer layer of their cactus, whether it is actually them or not, alive somehow. They have to water themselves, which I suppose you could argue makes it a potential symbiotic relationship if the cactus actually benefits and still grows seeds to spread its species. But again, I'll let you decide how you feel about this one. We're going to give you a sneak peek of a legendary here, technically a mythical I guess, as Deoxys is here early, separate from the rest of our special Pokemon. And Deoxys by definition was once a virus, with its Pokédex strictly stating the DNA of a space virus underwent a sudden mutation upon exposure to a laser beam and resulted in Deoxys. What makes this strange though is that we assume Deoxys doesn't need a host now. But what we also don't know is what would have been its host. After all, it is strictly and consistently called a virus. That really leaves us with a couple of different questions then. The question that I have is just what was Deoxys' original host, as I stated, and there are a couple of different answers people have potentially come up with across YouTube or theorists all over. Some say that it would be Staryu. After all, both have 5 points to their body, and especially now we can see that Mega Starmie is far more human-like. This would make it a great natural host, as Starmie is already aiming to be more human-like in general. Between a cult and legend ZA, relaying info back to its own kind and the stars, and just overall being a psychic type, which is associated with strong intelligence, it's almost perfect. We can also even add in that they both have a similar core where their brain actually is. As long as these cores aren't destroyed, then both of these Pokemon can live on without a singular problem. Let some fish nibble at their arms, get it blown off by Rayquaza, not a big deal. Now, there are plenty of theories stating that Deoxys is Staryu, or even that Deoxys may have been a Meteor. And while there's lots and tons of fun evidence for both of these, I think it's much easier to simply say that Deoxys would have likely had an opportunity to become a virus of any other space-inhabiting Pokemon, with Staryu or Starmie being a great primary host. And that becomes a lot easier when we realize that it still has an ability that a normal virus would have, and that's replication. Though it doesn't need, or we assume, it doesn't need to have a host anymore. But it still leaves me wondering where it came from. The building blocks of DNA being found enclosed perfectly within asteroids is something that has occurred within the real world, but nothing like Deoxys to my understanding. And if it were to ever happen, then we have to question where in the universe, not just space, is the home of this virus. Where did it adapt first? And maybe even question how did this home world get broken apart to then send away these space rocks that enclosed this virus. And as a last note, this makes me realize that the virus form of Deoxys is likely anaerobic, meaning it can't survive in oxygen-filled environments, explaining even further why when they do arrive on Earth, they seem to want to leave pretty quickly. Whoever their typical host is, it is one that is not of our planet and might primarily reside within space itself, or a planet without typical or normal or a lot of oxygen. I would then say that Rayquaza could be a potential host, and it would explain why they have such beef between each other, but there's no real evidence of this, and it's just a really fun thing to consider. So, just making Deoxys a little bit more horrifying overall for you today. Shockingly, we move on to Dwebble, who is a cute little hermit crab that makes its home inside of rocks. It uses a corrosive spray to break down the rock, and then it can core out a little home for itself inside of it. Doesn't seem like that big of a deal until we think about all the different rock-type Pokemon that are out there. 2 Pokemon that are directly noted to be attacked by Dwebble are Roggenrola and Roly-Poly. The Pokédex names Dwebble as a natural enemy of them, meaning that Dwebble doesn't care if it's a living rock or not, it's a rock, and Dwebble's gonna make a home for itself within it. Kind of a big deal having your body cored out by another living being to then be used as a home for the rest of its life. And that's assuming that they pass away after Dwebble makes their homes inside of these rock Pokemon, because I don't really know, their organs or how any of that works. I don't know if you're able to figure it out, but other than having faces and tongues from time to time. I don't know where any of a lot of different rock Pokemon's organs are, or if they have proper organs, meaning that they could still be alive after a Dwebble cores into their body. You'd expect not, but it's possible. Either way, they're creatures made of rock and stone. Sorry, I should say rock and stone. And Dwebble is coring them out to make a home for themselves. They may not be eating them, but it made me wonder if there are any other creatures in the real world that does this. And there's one kind of gross example that does exist in our world. Pearlfish are slender, eel-shaped fish that have developed a unique symbiotic relationship with sea cucumbers. They often take refuge inside the anus of sea cucumbers, which provides them with a safe haven from predators. And of course, sea cucumbers breathe through their anus. Fun stuff. Commensalism versus parasitism. While the relationship is generally considered commensal, meaning that the pearlfish benefit without harming the sea cucumber, some species of pearlfish can act parasitically. They may feed on the gonads and other internal organs of their host, which can cause harm, of course. Upwards of 15 of them have been noted to live inside of a sea cucumber. And yeah, I think I'm good. I wouldn't want to feel any of that, something eating you from the inside, and I just honestly hope that Dwebble are actively killing these rock Pokemon before making their home inside of them. I'm ready to move on, and I think you are too. This one is a bit different, as just like with Parasect being the victim, so is Galarian Yamask. In fact, it is stated that a slab with cursed engravings took possession of a Yamask. This slab is said to absorb Yamask's dark power, and some say it was drawn to this Pokemon due to it being a vengeful spirit. Now, this stone is based on Viking runestones, and I once again love to show off that I've been very, very blessed by an individual in my audience known as Telumiel, who actively went out and found runestones where they live and shared them with me directly. These things are effectively gravestones with deep curses put on them to ward them from people who would dare disrespect them. You touch them, disrespect, destroy, then you in turn, by doing any of those things, will become cursed to no end for disturbing the rest of the dead. By these standards, we might even be able to say that the original spirit of Yamask may have been one of these people to disrespect the runestone, which would also explain potentially why it is seen as a vengeful spirit. In fact, Yamask may have even been a wandering spirit who fought against whoever created these stones and then disrespected them in the afterlife, or just some numbskull who decided to kick it, and then of course they're immediately cursed. All theories aside, it's very clear that this stone is simply continuing to siphon energy from Yamask until eventually it can be reborn in the form of Runerigus, a Pokemon that gets very terrifying when we look at the implications of its transformation, a tomb that holds the body during an effective purgatory until it is reborn. The 49 points of damage being the perfect catalytic event to allow the runestone to take over the body of Yamask and grow into a completely new species. A parasite that has now become its own entity in its own right, and one that will fill your head with horrible visions of another life if you were to ever touch its runic body. Carablast is another technical parasite because the only way that it's able to evolve is by stealing the shell of Shelmet, evicting the little snail and turning it into a slug. I know the armor isn't a living part of Shelmet's body, technically, but it's definitely still a part of Shelmet and is incredibly vital for its survival. In fact, it's so vital that now that it has been removed from this shell, it has to wrap itself up in ribbon-like membranes to keep its body moist, or else it would dry up and pass away. And of course, I'm talking about its evolution, Axelgor, who is very unhappy about this situation overall, and I would be too if I were it. I was happily eating some delicious detritus, nomming on some leaves probably, and some snail-eater beetle decided he didn't want to kill me, he just wanted to take my home for itself, as if it didn't already have an exoskeleton to protect it, keep it nice and moist, and away from harm sometimes. And to top it all off, of course it then evolves into some cool armored beetle that every other trainer then wants for themselves. So more of my own species are just going to get evicted from their homes because some people think Axelgor looks cool, and others think Escavalier looks cool, encouraging this transformation and for the stealing of my shell overall. And all of this is canonical, by the way. It's just, you know, plainly put in a weird, funny way, I hope. It's a bit wild to consider, honestly, and I can't think of a good parasitic tie-in for this one that doesn't go back to the sea cucumber, so take the terrifying tongue louse instead, which luckily, very luckily, only affects fish, and it flat out replaces their tongue after, I believe, eating it. Thank God for making this creature. I love it. More of a communalist, we have Joltik, who I wanted to at least include in this little list. It's a Pokemon that relies on electricity to move, to act, to do anything. Unlike some other electric Pokemon, Joltik doesn't actually consume electricity for its stomach, for its food, but still needs it to be able to move around. If ever Joltik runs out of electricity, it will become completely immobile, and in a world full of predators, you can imagine just how bad of a situation that is. Luckily, Joltik is known to be very close with their evolution, Galvantula, who can then help with Joltik's needs. Alternatively, though, Joltik will attach itself to other electric Pokemon in order to take electricity from them. This works incredibly well on Pokemon such as Yamper, who continually generate electricity on their body rather than fully storing it within an electric organ. This gives Joltik the perfect opportunity to attach to Yamper's heart-shaped booty and fill its need for electricity, because that's where a lot of like the static produces. They even have a plush for this in more communist type relationship that they have, and it's very adorable. Honestly, can't imagine a situation in which this would actually be considered more parasitic in nature, though if you really want to push it, you could say that maybe Joltik could attach to the wrong Pokemon and draw out too much electricity, causing them to be unable to defend themselves. And the more I think about it, I realize that Joltik likely move in groups, could attach themselves as a swarm to a Pokemon, draw out all of their electricity, and then a Galvantula could come in to strike the final blow to feed everybody. This teaches the Joltik how to hunt in a safe environment, while also reinforcing their bonds within their families. It might even explain why Galvantula is stated to only hunt small birds, even though it is a massive spider, even though there's only one electric type bird out there that's commonly occurring, and that's in Paldea, but whatever, ignore that. I nearly guarantee it is hunting, Galvantula that is, more than just small birds, but we may have only observed it hunting those small birds as it's actually feeding its young. Meanwhile, it's able to hunt the rest of its prey in the shadow of night or within coverage in some capacity. Another short and technical one is Glimmet, who may be considered a communalist rather than a parasite in regard to Terapagos' energy. And even then, we have to question if this is more akin to Terapagos being the tree and the crystals for terrestrialization being its fruit. To better explain, Terapagos is the source for the complete terrestrialization process within Paldea, though we can't say the same for places like Kitakami and wherever Ogerpon got her masks from. Despite this, at least within Paldea, we come to the understanding that all Terra crystals, the terrestrial phenomenon, everything there is from Terapagos and has been generated by this little turtle for thousands upon thousands of years. Eventually, at some unknown point in time, Glimmet came into existence directly because of this phenomenon. This is shown indirectly through seeing it in Paldea's Area 0 and Kitakami's Crystal Pool. It does have a special return in Legends ZA, but we'll save that for a different video. I will say it's important to at least know that Glimmet does not have a natural population within Kalos, and it is a result of Hyperspace Lumios that it does appear within Legends ZA. Nevertheless, it has a strong attachment to these Terra crystals, taking a flowering form from them in its own right, as it continues to spread its own crystallized poison while also consuming nutrients from cave walls. Kind of makes me think of like the gingerbread man living in a gingerbread house. Is the house made of his flesh, or is he made of his house? Life is horror. Either way, this is a strange situation, and you might still consider that Glimmet is nothing more than the flower before the fruit, for another theory, that they will form on the crystals who serve as the tree, something that we do see in Area 0, and something that I believe that Boltoy, from a previous video that I covered his articles in, does claim in some capacity. The Glimmet then eventually grow to become full flowers in their Glimora form, and finally continue to spread crystals everywhere else. So maybe not even a communalist, but rather just another organ of this strange new life born from the energy of Terapagos. We have yet another parasitic mushroom in the form of Toadstool and Toadskruel. As a reminder, just because a mushroom is growing on or around a tree though, or even the mycelium is connected to roots underground, it does not mean that they are parasitic in nature. In fact, what is lovingly named the Wood Wide Web is something that has been strongly observed to be essential to life on this planet, though we have only seen a fraction of what lies underneath regarding it, especially as there are miles upon miles of mycelium growing deep underground that connects vast woods across great spaces to each other. They provide each other with otherwise hard to get nutrients and water, transferring and assisting each other when there is excess in one area and a need in another. It's a beautiful thing to consider just how connected it all is within our world, but there are moments in which not only the connected roots of these trees decide to act purely on self-centered survival, but also some mycelium that may act in this way as well, causing an imbalance, causing harm, killing other trees, killing the mycelium, so on and so forth, which leads us to our Paldean mushroom Pokemon. Toadstool itself seems to be more about reaching farther distances, places where it would find less competition as it runs at 30 miles per hour. Meanwhile, Toadskruel is the one to settle down, have a family of 4, go work in finances in a bank, all the normal things. They are noted to not like intruders, but also suck out the nutrients of their prey while living deeply secluded in the forest. So this gets pretty complicated and this could go either way, but considering they are woodier mushrooms, definitely have a more predatory nature to them, and those mycelium tentacles have to attach somewhere when there's no traditional prey, I'm willing to believe that they are parasites. If not, then they are just straight out predators. So my thought is, though, that they'll be stealing their nutrients from dense forests where they can take as they please, grow into large swarms of their own kind, and eventually, when there are too many of them, then their younger versions, being the Toadstool, would then be able to run across the lands of Paldea and find the next place to settle down and grow into a full colony. There it's going to care how much they're taking, they're building their web, and eventually they'll be all over the continent, if not the world, if they can manage it somehow. I will say though that it is weird that Toadskruel hops until I start realizing that it serves 2 purposes. It could be an ambush predator, as it jumps up into the trees, and then also, by hopping great distances, it is able to cross divides between land and reach new areas that other Pokemon, plants, or mushrooms are unable to reach, making it a great adaptation to colonize areas that have not been settled in by this creature. It gets less competition, it grows better, it has a better source of food, or it can even attack prey that aren't used to it, potentially making it a future invasive species. A really useful tool overall in the older age, where land masses may have also been splitting further and further apart over time. We now get to move on to the rest of the very special Pokemon of this list. Deoxys was just a taste of what was to come, as Necrozma is a parasite, but only in 2 specific forms. Its Dawn and Dusk forms with Solgaleo and Lunala. To explain all of this better, we have to start with the understanding of what Necrozma is, and it is simply a creature who has fallen from its place of power. No matter the version we look at throughout media, it is a creature that was damaged in some way, and it lost what we call its Ultra form. In addition, while it is attempting to reach this Ultra form, it aims to absorb light from wherever it can, be it the light of Alola, light emitted from other creatures, or even by it absorbing Z-power back into its body. The Z-crystals and Z-energy that is found in and all around Alola is purely thanks to Ultra Necrozma. It's shed light, permeating throughout the many dimensions, and having an adverse number of effects on the world around them. And yes, one of these days I will have a video on how all the Ultra Beasts were created, alongside how Ultra Necrozma changed their world, but that's for a different day. For now, we move forward with knowing that once Ultra Necrozma fell into what is effectively this corrupted state where it constantly feels an incredible amount of pain, it is desperate to regain its power and to restore itself. Then comes 2 Pokemon that attracts its attention, a modicum of hope of returning back to its original form and no longer being in this pain, as it sees Solgaleo and Lunala. it has been revealed through an interview with Kazumasa Iwao, game designer and a director at Game Freak, that he stated that the light produced by this Pokemon actually exceeds its requirement, inducing a berserk state. Specifically quoted, as a result, and even though it really only needed a small amount of energy, Necrozma comes to gain a huge amount of energy beyond what Necrozma itself anticipated when it captures Solgaleo or Lunala, and because of excessive amounts of energy, Necrozma goes berserk. To clarify, Necrozma is attaching to Solgaleo or Lunala in an attempt to try and restore itself, as for some unknown reason, they are able to produce an infinite amount of light from their bodies. This light, of course, looks like a buffet for Necrozma, so how could it ever resist such a temptation? More than this, though, instead of it devouring these legendary Pokemon, Necrozma instead decides it's best fit to instead break its body apart and attach itself to them, creating an armor on their bodies of its own self, disjointed and cursed, literally allowing it to not just live on top of them or as a part of them, but it also allows Necrozma to keep them alive, control them, and continually absorb the infinite light that is emitted from their bodies. This is about as parasitic as it could possibly get, as Necrozma will never aim to destroy these legendary Pokemon, and to my knowledge, they won't ever die. It will just keep them alive as its prey until it is absorbed enough to return to its ultra state, though this isn't how it works, and instead it backfires. Now, in its Dawn and Dusk forms, it has flipped the balance completely from one side of the spectrum to the other, from an empty husk to an overfilled glass preparing to burst, and so it rampages to get rid of this constant flux of energy. What I love about this is that it's no different from Pokemon such as those undergoing Rogue Mega Evolution. There's simply so much energy poured inside of them that they have to let it out for their own safety. The result is that they grow larger and unleash powerful moves and excess in their own rampage. And considering this is painful to them, maybe it's also painful to Necrozma in these Dawn and Dusk forms. Not only this, but it seems like there's a chance that Necrozma isn't meant to completely parasite on these Pokemon, and that it should only be consuming from them only when necessary. Unfortunately, when you're in an incredible amount of constant pain, you do anything you can to stop it without thinking of what the potential consequences there might be. Just poor Necrozma. It's just looking to restore its ultra form, and so being a parasite in a cage all in one is the method that it chose, the one that made the most sense for it at the time, and it only hurt it further. For our semi-finale, we have for the last time another case of communalism that I guarantee you would have never expected to see on this list, and it's Marshadow. There's not a lot known about Marshadow other than some very basic connections that are driven further through scrapped lore or leaked files, which are really cool, but there is one thing about Marshadow that we do know for sure, and that would be that it enters the shadows of others, and it is through this that they are able to perfectly absorb their abilities. More directly stated, it sinks into the shadows of people and Pokemon, where it can understand their feelings and copy their abilities. This is more than just a student learning from or copying a master. This is more than looking at art and picking up nuances to advance our own techniques. This is full-on absorption of power and abilities without taking it from the host. How Marshadow does this isn't really explained, but we do know that it doesn't harm the person or Pokemon that it's doing this to. Once again, making it more of a communal relationship than a parasitic relationship. Further than this, Marshadow is able to not just perfectly mimic abilities and power in lore, but it is able to take it all multiple steps further as it combines the knowledge it has gained from all the different sources and pushes the ability beyond what the original owner could do. Anything you can do, Marshadow can do better, and that's pretty much it. Our last Pokemon that is arguably one of the most powerful true parasites of all is Nihilego, or Nihilego, however the heck you want to pronounce it. And to make things very clear, it is understood that Ultra Beasts are Pokemon. They are creatures that do reign from other universes alongside our own, but they still exist in the Pokédex, are known to be caught in a Pokeball, not just Beast Balls, even if the chances are low, and ultimately they can have trainers as shown through the Carton Envoys. They are effectively the Pokemon Rangers of the Ultra Beasts. Back on track though with Nihilego, they specifically live in another world named Ultra Deep Sea, occasionally being brought to Alola through Ultra Wormholes. Although its exact levels of intelligence are unknown, it is believed to act upon a self-preservation instinct, and displays a lack of emotion or even will, though there are instances in which they have been shown to act on more than just this, such as what we see with the one that pretends to be Lily as it makes a family with Mon, or rather tries to just live a life with Mon. What's really weird about Nihilego living in their universe is that we have to assume there's another form of prey for them to feed on. They don't feed on each other, and yet we don't see any other species within their world whatsoever. At least, not that we are shown. There are no hosts for it in that place. This can also be said for a number of other Ultra Beasts, especially those that feast on other Pokemon or creatures in general, like Buzzwole. Now, when Nihilego does latch onto a host's head, it does not manipulate its actions directly in this basic form. Instead, it awakens the host's own capabilities and boosts them to an extreme extent in order to protect itself. It injects the host with a sort of neurotoxin to achieve this effect. This neurotoxin of Nihilego's is incredibly stimulating and inspires feelings of extreme excitement and a lack of inhibition in its host. Anything or anyone that Nihilego latches onto will have its native skills forcibly activated to their fullest extent and will then act as it naturally desires to, meaning that the Pokemon acts as it wants, not caring about what others think or what damage could be done. The Pokemon Adventures manga also elaborates on its neurotoxin, explaining that its venom turns their negative emotions into happiness and pleasure. It's also said that Nihilego mostly feeds on those who feel intense worry or anxiety. It can take everything then a step further, as it is capable of physically merging with its host, such as with Lusamine. In turn, this not only changes the appearance of Nihilego, but also changes the appearance of the one that it merged with. This is different from other key art that we see regarding this Ultra Beast, as it doesn't need to complete a full merge in order to feed on their host, but this is a very special occasion, likely because it particularly loved feeding on Lusamine's mental pain. It actually loved merging with Lusamine so much that it actively prevented her from separating from it, continuing to use her as a food source and battery for her own power. It used the neurotoxins to feed into her desires, release her inhibitions, create more anxiety, more worry, more pain, more mental strain, and overall create a buffet for itself at the cost of Lusamine's life, all while making her feel better and better and better, turning that negative energy into something positive, no matter how damaging it actually was. The toxins produced by Nihilego may remain in the host's body even after it has left their body. This can leave the former host to remain ill for unspecified amounts of time, and treatment may be necessary. It leaving a host's body can also cause unconsciousness, as is with the case with Lusamine. However, to be clear, it is unknown directly whether or not this is truly because of Nihilego's toxins, the stress infusion, or the overwhelming amount of Z-power within her body, which, to be honest, it's probably a mix of everything. So, long story short, Lusamine was the perfect host for Nihilego. She lost her husband and was desperate to get him back by any means necessary. Fortunately, when people usually say by any means necessary, it isn't literal, but in the case of Lusamine, who has Nihilego feeding on her negative emotions and compounding them with the toxin to release inhibitions and generate more negative emotions that it feeds on, makes her feel better, makes her feel good for making the decisions that she's making, no matter how horrible it is, then Lusamine does mean by any means necessary, literally. And of course, she feels amazing the entire time that this is happening, and since our monkey brains enjoy happy serotonin and other happy chemicals, it only encouraged her to continue making awful decisions as more negative emotions are naturally created and they are transformed by Nihilego as they assumedly eat them and then implant these positive feelings. What makes Nihilego terrifying isn't that it merged with a mother who loves frogs, but that it has the capacity to merge with humans, Pokemon, maybe even legendary and mythical Pokemon. Imagine the sheer power of a Pokemon like Arceus having Nihilego attached to it, and no longer caring, no longer willing to hold back, the wrath of a literal god, not being wrath, but rather joy of destruction, effectively giving the desire to destroy and cause mayhem. And you could say the same for many other Pokemon like Buzzwole, all because Nihilego is activating that hidden, unused potential within their host, empowering them while feasting as it needs to. Actually, you know what this reminds me of? It reminds me of when people, I don't remember what it's called off the top of my head, but like when someone gets trapped under a car and you see someone walk up or run up and they lift the car up to save like a child or a person or whatever else, right? And it's like a feat of extreme strength, and hysterical strength is what it's called. And with hysterical strength, it's just the adrenaline and your body kicking in at maximum overdrive, and you lift these things, you push beyond what you thought were your limits, and your body suffers afterwards. It uses up all of its power, all of its energy, everything that it could do in order to meet the crisis face on. And I kind of imagine that Nihilego is effectively doing that, now that I think about it, that maybe Nihilego is causing hysterical strength or a hysterical ability, whatever you want to call it, within an individual, but instead of it being a momentary situation, it is a constant hysterical strength. And that is an incredibly exhausting thing. In fact, a lot of people end up hurting themselves during their moments of hysterical strength. Nevertheless, this effectively turns Nihilego into the worst and most terrifying parasite of Pokemon, bar none.